tila ba wala na tayong public health emergency kung ganun pa rin yung ating gagamitin na pamamaraan. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, tinanong ko po ito sasapat ba yung SRP lamang samantalang nung nag-declare nga ng health emergency at ngayon ay nag-declare muli ang Pangulo, bakit hindi o walang aksyon o walang ginagawa ang DTI para magkaroon ng relief kaugnay sa presyo ng mga bilihin? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
No increase since September last year. Ano nakabantay ang DTI?
Sa monitoring from my stats, Ma'am Arlene, yung SRP system, 100% compliance po. As of last September, ngayon, from September to September of last year and now this year, September, wala po nag-increase as per DTI. So, sinusunod po yung SRP. Pero, I understand your question, and I understand the need to make sure that people don't take advantage of our populace, that people don't take advantage of the situation. And I know, because coming from the province, I know that we also got hit before, and definitely I will make sure and I will let them know, babantayan po natin yung presyo po ng mga basic goods, magtulungan po tayo, tutulungan din tayo ng DTI para mag-monitor po, para hindi naman mag-abuso yung mga oportunista na nandyan po sa ating bansa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, sinabi po noong nakaraang committee budget,
Over 500 arrested.
noong nakaraang committee budget hearing ng DTI na walang buffer fund. Buffer fund po na pwedeng gamitin for stockpiling of basic and prime commodities. Pero sinasabi nga po namin, merong Section 9 ng Price Act kung saan meron dapat buffer fund. No? Ngayon, bakit walang inilaan para sa buffer fund for stockpiling? Did you consider this in your original proposed budget? How much is the needed buffer fund?
Do you need a buffer fund? No need of buffer fund. Since the very start, Mr. Speaker, Ma'am Arlene, they don't practice the buffer fund. Wala pong buffer fund from the very start. Nasa 5.3 billion yung kanilang budget. There's no buffer fund to speak of. But just going back to your question, the first question, yung profiteers po, based on their statistics po, over 500 were arrested during these COVID months, Ma'am Arlene, Congresswoman Arlene. But definitely, wala po silang buffer fund. They've never practiced that buffer fund. Baka sa ibang ahensya po yung buffer fund na yon, kasi based on looking at their yung kanilang pinapanggastos po sa kanilang departamento, wala pong buffer fund.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, tama po ba walang pinropose na budget for buffer fund ang DTI?
Hindi po sila nag-propose, pero kung gusto niyo po tulungan ng DTI, maglagay po tayo ng buffer fund. Kung gusto niyo po ninyo, baka pwede tayo humingi to the people, no? The stakeholders involved, pwede rin tayo humingi ng buffer fund para pwede. Pero right now, from the very start, from the beginning of DTI, wala po silang buffer fund, Mr. Speaker, Congresswoman Arlene.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, mahalaga po dahil ito yung tutugon kapag nagkaroon ng shortages sa panahon ng sakuna. Yun po talaga yung dapat, no? Magkaroon ng allocation para sa mga implementing agencies natin. The implementing agency may procure, purchase, import, stockpile any basic necessity or prime commodity, devise ways and means of distributing them for sale at reasonable prices, in areas where there is a shortage of supply or a need to effect changes in its prevailing price. Kaya yung buffer fund po, magandang ina-allocate sa appropriations, sa annual appropriations. Lalong-lalo na ngayon ang DTI. Kasi kahit po sa usapin ng face masks, mga PPEs, etc. lahat, mahalaga po na may pondo tayo para dyan. Alam nyo naman, nung nakaraan na nagkaroon ng shortages sa ilan sa mga pangangailangan, lalo na sa health sector, maganda pong merong nagagamit yung BTI na buffer fund. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Now, on to my next question po, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. May inilaan lamang na 2.2 billion para sa MSME Development Program. Nabawasan po ito ng 415 million mula sa dati nitong budget na 2.6 billion. Nananatili naman, kanina po narinig ko, sinabi ninyo, yung budget ng Small Business Corporation. Yung SBC, tama po ba? 1.5 billion pa rin, parang hindi nagkaroon ng pandemya. Kasi nung nakaraan po, ang budget nito ay 1.5. Ngayon, nakapeg pa rin siya, 1.5 billion. So, ano po yun? Bakit parang walang naging pandemya, kaya ganun? Ano po yung paliwanag dito, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Pero ngayon, we are trying to
Additional. So, mag-include. Mr. Mr. Speaker, Madam Congresswoman Arlene, it's the same question. It baffles me. Even from the very start, I was trying to get a bigger budget for SB Corporation. I'm not going to mention any names, to the point of one of the leaders of the DTI during one of the Zoom meetings has cried in front of all of us, congressmen and women, because kulang po yung budget nila. That's why nandito po ako, tama po kayo, na kailangan natin na mas malaking budget para sa SB Corporation. 1.5 is not enough. And definitely, the DTI, Mr. Speaker, Congresswoman Arlene, na talagang kailangan, if we can do it, dito sa Congress, ipa-increase po natin kasi meron po tayong resolution na galing po sa komite ng Trade Committee natin, headed by Wesley Gatchalian, na mag-increase po ng pondo para sa SB Corporation. Kung pwede po i-doble o i-triple kung kaya po natin. Kaya maghahanap po tayo ng pondo para sa SB Corporation kasi dapat naman talaga matulungan ang mga MSMEs. Sila po yung backbone. 90% of MSMEs are here in the Philippines. Yung big corporations, 10% lang po ito. Kaya tama po kayo na maghahanap po tayo na mas malaking pondo para sa kanila. Yes, I am with you, Congresswoman Arlene.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, katulad nga po ng sinasabi natin, meron nga tayong budget for infra spending, napakalaki ng in-increase. May debt servicing, may increase din tayo sa debt servicing, tapos may increase din tayo sa military budget. Sa NTF-LCAC nga, 19 billion yung nakalagak dyan. Maaari po bang yun na lang yung gamitin natin at idagdag natin dito sa mga nangangailangan sa MSMEs natin o yung mga maliliit nating mga business establishments na pinaka-apektado nung lockdown. Halos 99.56% ng business establishments sa buong bansa ay binubuo ng MSMEs at halos 7 out of 10 na manggagawa ay nasa sektor ng mga MSME. Kaya Mr. Speaker, sa ganitong figura ng budget, nagmumukhang wala tayong kinakaharap sa pandemya ngayon, para sa mga MSMEs, lumalabas kulang ang pagpapahalaga ng gobyerno sa ating maliliit na negosyo. Itong halaga sa MSME Development at SB Corporation na nasa proposed budget ng DTI ay hindi nagagarantiya na mabibigyan ng sapat na tulong ang ating MSMEs para makabangon muli. Ang subsidy ang kailangan at hindi pautang na may interes. Yan po ang tingin namin. Now, can we ask the DTI if they have included an increase in their original proposal to the DBM? At magkano po yun? Maaari bang makahingi ng kopya ng original proposal ninyo, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor? I am asking, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, kasi katulad po ng sabi kanina, the proper time at the period of amendments, we will propose for a higher budget of our MSMEs.
Ito. Yung mga hindi. Pero wala pa yung corporation. Oh, wala pa.
Dito po sa request, no, sa wish list po ng DTI, meron dito po na 3.459 billion additional to be able to jumpstart the economy and to help the programs, no, that help bring jobs and work to the country. Wala pa yung sa 3.5 dito, Mr. Speaker, Congresswoman Arlene, wala pa yung additional po sa SB Corporation. So tinitignan po natin a total of about 5.280 billion yung kailangan po ng DTI for them to be able to work efficiently and effectively during this time of the pandemic. You compare it sa budget po, no? Kung i-compare po natin sa budget ng ibang bansa, sa 10 billion, kasi magkano yung kanilang Office of the Secretary and the DTI proper, nasa 5.3 o 5.5 billion. If you add this 5 billion 280, wala pang 11 billion, Mr. Speaker, Congresswoman Arlene. So still, nandun pa tayo sa lower echelon ng Southeast Asian countries. Kasi yung mga iba, nasa 27 billion, Malaysia, 33 billion, Indonesia nasa 27 billion, Thailand nasa 20 billion, Singapore nasa 136 billion, Mr. Speaker. Ma'am Arlene.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Susuportahan po natin na ma-increase itong budget para sa MSMEs particular, para po makatulong sa ating mga maliliit na nagnegosyo sa ating bansa. We support the local, no? Lalong-lalo na yung mga local producers natin, yung mga manufacturers natin sa ating bansa. Kasi yun po dapat, no? Yung ating tulungin at suportahan sa ngayon. Ngayon, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, meron pong kaakibat na problema din kasi kaugnay sa response ng gobyerno sa kasalukuyan sa pandemic. For example, ang Lancet COVID-19 Commission Statement of the occasion of the 75th session of the UN General Assembly, sinasabi funds in the East Southeast Asia. Actually, worst, no, among the world, no, yung Pilipinas. Sinabi ko lang po yung report ng COVID-19 response, no? Commission statement ng Lancet. Sinabi nila na worst pandemic response ang meron tayo. Kaya kailangan po matugunan first and primarily yung health problem o necessity na kinakaharap natin sa ngayon. At mahalaga na may kumpiyansa sa gobyerno dapat kung ganon. Pero po kapag hindi ganyan yung response ng gobyerno, magkakaproblema talaga tayo. Kahit ano pong budget ang ilagay natin, kung hindi natutugunan, nagbe-breach na tayo ng 300,000 ngayon ng cases ng COVID-19. Kailangan pong matugunan yon properly ng gobyerno. Kung hindi, anuman pong budget ilagak natin, ilagay natin sa kahit anong ahensya, kung hindi natin yon magagawa ng solusyon, magkakaproblema at magkakaproblema ang ekonomiya, hindi lang po ekonomiya ng bansa, health and economy ng ating bansa. Now, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, sa last po na tanong, may budget po ba tayo sa subsidy para sa local manufacturers, particularly ng mga health supplies and
Wala po, Mr. Speaker, Congresswoman Arlene, wala po silang budget for subsidies. How I wish, Mr. Speaker, Congresswoman Arlene, na mabigyan po ng subsidy. Kasi sa maraming bansa po, sa Southeast Asia, sa Europe o sa North America, nagbibigay po sila ng subsidies for their workers and for the manufacturing sector. So at least sa pangbayad lang po sa sweldo ng mga workers o empleyado po nila. Pero dito po sa atin, wala. Kung mabigyan po natin ng budget, Mr. Speaker, Congresswoman Arlene, then definitely they will accept it and they will make sure that they make use of it properly. And being part of the Trade Committee as Vice Chair, Mr. Speaker, o Congresswoman Arlene, I'll make sure na lahat po ng mga request ng ating mga colleagues ay talagang maaksyonan po nila at babantayan po ng komite ang kanilang trabaho day to day, especially during this time of the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, Madam Arlene. Mr. Speaker, nawala po si Congresswoman Arlene Rosas.
Honorable Arlene Brosas, are you still online? Honorable Brosas,
Subsidy for PPE pero full assistance lang tayo.
we don't have any connection, so the chair declares a suspension. Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend the consideration of the budget of the Department of Trade and Industry, including attached agencies and corporations, except TESDA and CDA, due to the fact that our internet connection has been cut. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we begin consideration of the budget of the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we would like to welcome the members of the TESDA family, Secretary Isidro La Peña, Deputy Director General Rosana A. Urdaneta, Deputy Director General Lina C. Sarmiento, Director Maria Angelina Carrion, Director Juliet O. Orozco, Director Carissa A. Dacuma, and our colleague, former Congressman John Bertis. The TESDA family, Mr. Speaker.
To the TESDA family, headed by Secretary General Isidro La Peña, welcome to the House of Congress. House of Representatives, rather. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Luis Campos, Vice Chair of the Committee on Appropriation, to answer questions on the proposed budget of TESDA. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Luis Campos, you are recognized.
Okay na. Sige, sorry. Ready na. I'm ready to accept interpretation.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, this representation is ready to be interpolated on the budgets of TESDA and CDA.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Sara Jane Ilago, Party List Kabataan, to interpolate the sponsor. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Sara Ilago is recognized. Please be reminded of our 30-minute rule.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the honorable sponsor be open to answer a few clarificatory questions from this youth representation?
Please proceed, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker. First, I'd like to ask about what TESDA has done so far in compliance with its obligation to formulate and implement affirmative action programs to enhance access of disadvantaged students and learners as mandated by Republic Act 10931 or the Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education.
Mr. Speaker, may I request the Honorable Ilago to repeat because it's reverberating.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, may we know from the distinguished sponsor what has been done so far in compliance with the obligation of TESDA to formulate and implement affirmative action programs to enhance access to disadvantaged students and learners, such as LUMADs, Muslims, and other indigenous peoples, as required by Republic Act 10931 or Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education Act. Sang-ayon po sa batas na ito, Ginoong Speaker, kinakailangan na gumawa ng mga konkretong hakbang ang TESDA upang maabot ang mga kabataan, lalong-lalo na ang mga nagmula sa pinaka-vulnerableng mga sektor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, may I request 1 minute suspension? I need to... Oh. Pwede mo kausapin ko. Pwede mo kausapin ko.
Session suspended.
Eto na... Hindi, yung Republic Act na inaalay. Yun na, sa UACTEA ba? Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Session resumed.
My apologies, Congresswoman Ilago, because the question was muffled. Anyway, with reference to your question, the graduates of UACTEA for 2018, out of an enrollment of 102,000, 72,600 graduated. In 2019, out of an enrollment of 66,000 approximately, 42,500 graduated. But in 2020, out of an enrollment of 4,000, we have graduated 4,300, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. 403, I mean.
Mr. Speaker, 403 students, 403 enrollees.
No, 4,000 enrollees, approximately 10% graduated for 2020.
May we know, Mr. Speaker, the particular programs that are being undertaken by TESDA to reach the vulnerable groups, no, from marginalized community, especially the LUMADs, indigenous peoples, and other cultural communities?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, first we have the TWSP, and then the PESFA, and then STEP, UAQT, UAQT for the scholarship programs to address the needs for training and upskilling of individuals.
Mr. Speaker, what was the proposed budget, original proposed budget for TESDA for next year, for the upcoming fiscal year?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, could you kindly repeat?
Magkano po ang proposed budget ng TESDA para sa TESPA, tsaka sa SPEPP, at sa iba pang mga programa na kaugnay ng UAQTE?
Okay. Para po sa mga programang ito, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, ang total po for fiscal year 2021 is 1.
Provisional Training Center, may staff na 7 ka bro. Total? 1.7? Mali ata yun. So nabidding ng 5.5.
1 minute suspension, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you.
Parang mali ata yun. Ito, implementation of EO70. Yun ang tinatanong niya, EO70. Hindi. Yung for the programs, for all the programs, ito. Ito na. Asan?
Ito sir, ang proposal, ito yung NEP.
Ito yung unfunded. So, okay. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, total TESDA scholarship proposal for funding for the programs would be 11,114,250,000. As per NEP, DBM approved, they were given 5,003,000 pesos. So we have an unfunded amount for the programs of 6,111,250 pesos.
Mr. Speaker, based on TESDA's computation, how many scholars will be affected or applicants will be affected by this huge cut from the original proposal?
Approximately, if I remember my briefing correctly, we're looking at a target recipient base of approximately 300,000.
Ibig sabihin, Ginoong Speaker, 300,000 ang maapektuhan dahil sa hindi po lahat mapupunan ng pondo para sa 2021 ang proposal ng TESDA.
126,000 ang naapektuhan.
Hindi, yung ilan ang naapektuhan. Dahil pinutol. Okay. Approximately ang maapektuhan ho nasa over 200,000 individuals na hindi makakatanggap ng tamang scholarship for training programs, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Ginoong Speaker, tayo po ay manghihingi ng datos nito sa ating kinatawan na sponsor upang makita rin natin kung saang mga lugar ang maaapektuhan at ano pong mga programa ang pinakaapektado ng mga hindi napunan na pondo na ito. Ngayon, Ginoong Speaker, maaari rin po ba tayo na manghingi ng dokumento ng action program ng TESDA pagdating nga sa compliance nitong Section 7 ng Republic Act 10931. Sa ngayon po, wala pa po tayong natatanggap na kopya ng action program ng TESDA pagdating sa free public at TVET. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me go to our next concern. Ilan po ba ang registered ngayon ng mga TechVoc institutions? Ilan po ang pampubliko at ilan ang pribado?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, could the Honorable Ilago please repeat the question?
Ginoong Speaker, ilan po sa mga TVET institutions natin ang pampubliko at pampribado? Yung bilang po ng mga TVET institutions na public at private.
Yung bilang. Okay.
Ginoong Speaker, nais ko na rin
Okay.
itanong no, kung ano po yung mekanismo ng checking no, ng regulation ng TESDA pagdating sa mga fees na sinisingil sa mga private tech-voc institutions.
Okay. Sistema ng fees. Okay. Meron po tayong ako po'y sasangguni ngayon para makuha ko yung eksaktong figura. Pero sa aking pong briefing with the agency, meron pong private technical training schools, and then there are also TESDA-operated institutions. So we have to qualify, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the concern of the Honorable Elago. But as to the number of private training institutions, we have approximately 4,004 private training facility institutions. And then we have 409 publicly owned training institutions. So approximately 10% of the number of private training schools. Okay. And then what's this? Okay. Okay. And as to the question of the Honorable Elago, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the breakdown of the fees charged by the private institutions have the clearance of the National Tax Research Center, and it is composed of the approval and training costs, the trainer's allowance, and as well as supply and materials and training equipment. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Nais din natin kunin no, ang lahat po ng mga kopya ng rules and regulations pagdating sa determination ng cost of fees in our private TVET institutions. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask about, can we get an update on the guidelines for the spending of the TESDA allocation from Bayanihan 2 law? Kamusta po ang pagpapatupad nito? Ilan ang mga beneficiaries? Kailan matatanggap ng mga pinaka-nangangailangan nating kababayan, lalong-lalo na yung mga displaced workers, mga OFWs rin po na nangangailangan ng dagdag na kabuhayan, mapagkakakitaan, at kinakailangan ng makakatulong sa kanila no, na mga dagdag na training. Paano po ito ipapatupad, Ginoong Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, out of the 1 billion allocated out of the Bayanihan 2 funding for TESDA, lahat po ito ay gagamitin sa scholarship programs. Ang apportionment po nito ay 30% po pupunta sa agri-fisheries, agro-industrial sector. Sa construction sector po, 30%. Manufacturing training po for that sector, 20%. For health, wellness, and other services, 10%. And then another 10% po for anything that may come up as immediate and necessary. And if the Honorable Elago will indulge me, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, it will be distributed to these following target beneficiaries. OFW po, mga OFW, ang magbabalik probinsya po, Balik Pag-asa, BP2 program. Former rebels po na nagbalik loob under the purview of EO number 70. Yun lang po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, paano po ang identification ng mga beneficiaries? Sa OFW, sino po ang mamamahala dito? Pagdating naman sa pagpapatupad ng EO 70, sino pong mamamahala rin ng pagpili ng mga beneficiaries?
One minute suspension, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, we move for 1 minute suspension, please.
Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor,
Session resumed.
with reference to the question of the Honorable Ilago, for EO 70, the criteria for the identification of beneficiaries are under a national task force for poverty alleviation. It's a convergence, the way I understand it is, it's a convergence of several agencies of government headed by, chaired by the President himself. Mr. Speaker.
Then, Mr. Speaker, what would be the particular role of TESDA then in this whole program, since the budget will be lodged into the agency?
The participation of TESDA, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, is purely skills training and downloading of said skills training to the target beneficiaries, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Sa ngayon po ba may listahan na kayo kung saan po mapupunta ang mga pondo na ito?
Pakiulit lang po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sa ngayon po ba meron ng mga pupuntahan ng mga particular na institusyon ang 1 billion pesos na ito? May breakdown na po tayo kung saan siya mapupunta, no? Saang mga TVET institutions. Kasi Mr. Speaker, dapat diretso to sa TVET institutions. Hindi naman po to diretso doon sa mga mismong magte-training, no? Kasi nga sila ipapasok sa mga TVET institutions, no, para kumuha ng mga particular na kurso. Kaya nais natin malaman, no, nandyan na ba yung listahan, no, ng kapupuntahan na mga TVET institutions?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the TESDA has a target, has a list which it may provide the Honorable Ilago with.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, tayo po ay maghihingi, no, ng kopya nitong listahan na ito ng ating mga TVET institutions na makakakuha ng share, no, mula dun sa 1 billion. At hangad natin na matulungan talaga, no, yung mga pinakanangangailangan natin na mga displaced workers, mga OFWs, lalong-lalo na ang pondo po na ito, no, nakalagay sa Bayanihan 2, no, para tumulong dun sa mga apektado ng pandemic response. No, ngayon, tayo po ay nababahala na meron ding portion na mapupunta para sa pagpapatupad ng EU70. No? Ngayon, Ginoong Speaker, pwede bang maipaliwanag ng ating sponsor kung ano ang mga programa no, ng TESDA na may kaugnayan sa pagpapatupad ng EU70?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, as previously mentioned, tayo po ay nagbababa ng, ang TESDA po ay magbababa ng mga programa na targeted po for particular segments of the demographic like OFWs, rebel returnees, yung mga displaced manufacturing workers, health workers natin, upskilling, indigenous people po, indigenous peoples. Pero ito po ay kailangan gawin at magamit ng tama ang 1 billion na Bayanihan 2 funds. Kaya po, in close coordination po ang TESDA with other agencies. And as previously mentioned again, Mr. Speaker, TESDA is willing to provide the Honorable Elago yung detalye po ng lahat ng hinihingi niya. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I asked about the particular role of TESDA in the National Task Force no, to end local communist armed conflict in EO70. And according to one of their press statements dated August 20 this year, no, they are part of the Poverty Reduction, Livelihood, and Employment Cluster. Okay? The PRLEC. Ito po ba yung binabanggit niyo na Poverty Alleviation Task Force or iba pa po ito? May binanggit po na National Task Force on Poverty Alleviation. Meron din pong tinatawag na PRLEC o Poverty Reduction, Livelihood and Employment Cluster na nasa loob ng NTF-LCAC.
Chaired by Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, under the overall umbrella of the National Task Force, PRLEC, which is the Poverty Alleviation Cluster, is chaired by TESDA because its primary goal is really to alleviate the poverty incidence and to mitigate its effects on the citizenry and to uplift their standard of living through upskilling and training. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Then, Mr. Speaker, how much has TESDA spent no, for all the programs under the PRLEC for 2019 and 2020?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, wala pa po, bilang sagot po sa tanong ni Honorable Elago, wala pa pong nagagastos ang TESDA. For 2021 po, meron po tayong allocation na approximately, this is for, that's 2021.
Yes, for 822 barangays, 1.8 billion.
Yes. 1.875 billion pesos for the year 2021 for the TESDA programs under PARALEC.
1.8 billion under the for PRLEC. May we know the breakdown of this 185 billion budget?
It's all training programs po. Ang allocation po niyan, breakdown is as follows. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Para sa agriculture, forestry, and fisheries po, meron po tayong 40.7%. Yan po ang bulk. For construction po, meron 21.48%. For manufacturing po, we have 25.9%. 5.19%. Tourism, we have 6.72%, and another 5.9% for logistics and other sectors. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor,
Salamat po, Ginoong Speaker. Hingin din po natin ang regional allocation, no, ng pondo na ito na kapupuntahan ng mga budget para sa PRLEC. Kukunin na lamang po ng representasyon na ito.
yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, TESDA is willing to provide all these materials to the Honorable Elago.
Ginoong Speaker, meron din pong mga partnership ang TESDA, no, sa iba't ibang mga private at TVET institutions. May we know po how much of the government subsidy goes to our private TVET institutions? Magkano po ang subsidized natin through these partnerships? Or wala po bang pondo na ginugugol, no, para sa mga partnerships na ito?
1 minute suspension, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Session resumed.
Pertaining to the question of the Honorable Elago, the partnerships that the Honorable Elago was mentioning earlier are market-driven, such as downloading of agricultural produce to marketing cooperatives or companies. The TESDA does not put out any subsidy for this. Purely market-driven.
Alright, Ginoong Speaker, tayo po ay hihingi, no, ng detalye mula sa sponsor tungkol dito sa mga partnerships, no, sa private TVET institutions. At gayon din, nais din nating malaman kung may listahan na sila ng mga fees, no, na sinisingil sa iba't ibang mga TVET institutions, mga top-up fees. Ang representasyon po na ito ay nais din malaman. No? Dahil nga sa panahon ngayon, ang isa po sa mga pinakapanawagan ng ating mga kababayan ay kung may mga programa, no, na katulad ng free public tertiary education, nakasama na, no, yung walang binabayaran sa ating mga public TVET institutions, ay mas marami pa, no, na maging beneficiaries na wala talagang babayaran. No, hindi yung sa panahon ng pandemya, sila rin ay nakakaranas ng iba't ibang mga pagsasamantala, no, pagdating sa mga dagdag pa na mga fees at mga pinapabili ng mga materyales. No, kaya ang representasyon po na ito ay para sa pagpapalawig pa, no, ng kapasidad, no, para dun sa suporta sa mga displaced workers, sa mga OFWs, gayon din sa kanilang mga pamilya. At bilang huli ko pong katanungan, Ginoong Speaker, ang TESDA po, nabanggit kanina na may pondo na 41%, no, sa ilalim ng PRLEC para sa construction. No? At sa kanila din pong statement, no, nito lamang nakaraang buwan, sila rin po ay nagtitrain ng mga soldiers trainers, no, para sa mga gidas, no, ang ating geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas. Lahat po ba ng 41% na ito ng PRLEC ay para dito sa programa na ito?
Other trainers in the area.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, can the Honorable Elago elucidate her last question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, will the 41% of the budget allotted for PRLEC, no, that's 1.8 billion, before the construction-related training and assessment in GIDAS. Lahat po ba yon ng 41% ng 1.8 billion para lamang sa construction-related training ng soldiers trainers sa GIDAS? O meron pa pong iba na kapupuntahan itong mga programa? Ang reference ko po ay kanilang statement, no, na nagsasabi na meron silang construction-related training sa GIDAS.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, yung soldier trainers po sa kasalukuyan ay wala pa pong ganoon ngayon. Ang ginagamit po natin ay mga TESDA trainers pa rin, pero plano pa po iyon para maging force multiplier po sila para makakover po ng mas malawak magkaroon ng mas malawak na coverage ang ating training programs. Dahil ang kagustuhan po natin, ang mga programa po ay maibaba po natin sa mga lugar kung saan ito pinakakailangan. Katulad po, tanggap naman po natin dito na may mga lugar na hindi po naaabot ng kuryente. Na kahit po lagyan ng, dahil wala pong daan, pero kahit po lagyan ng daan yan, kung hindi naman po economically viable for the electric cooperative or for the power provider to provide the posts and the lines, hindi din po malalagyan yan. Ang ginagawa po ngayon, ang TESDA po, nakakarating po sila sa pinakaduludulong mga baryo at nagte-training po sila ng mga magkakabit ng mga photovoltaic devices para po merong ilaw ang mga kabaranggayan. Kasabay po nito, yung mga recipients po, nagkakaroon ng additional training at nagkakaroon po sila ng power or kuryente sa kanilang mga barangay. So, yun lang po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Ginoong Speaker, based on TESDA's statement po, they graduated Philippine Air Force soldiers already to help with the construction-related training and assessment in GIDAS. Kaya po, manghingi na lamang ang representasyon na ito ng kabuuang report, no? Kung paano ba gugulin ang 1.8 billion para sa PRLEC. Gayon din ang breakdown at regional allocation ng lahat ng pondo para sa pagpapatupad ng libreng pampublikong tertiary education. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Maraming salamat po sa Ginoong Sponsor.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Honorable Bernadette Herrera of Bagong Henerasyon Party List for her manifestation. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Bernadette Herrera D is recognized. Again, reminder, you only have 30 minutes for your interpellation.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, hindi na po ako mag-interpolate na bring up ko na po kay Secretary Lapena and to our Vice Chair the concern as long as we have a concrete plan lang po para sa mga TVIs natin. Yun lamang po, and they give us assurance that maaalagaan po ang mga TVIs natin, especially in the new normal. Yun lamang po, and I fully support the budget of TESDA. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Franz Castro of Party List ACT Teachers for her interpellation. Franz Castro.
Honorable Franz Castro is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So I have some documents and reports asked from the TESDA during the briefing, Mr. Chair, at hindi pa po ito naisasabit sa akin. Related po ito doon sa mga naitanong po ni Congresswoman Sara Ilago na sinasabing isasubmit, pero sa akin po natanong ko na po yung mga ilang mga detalye doon sa participation ng TESDA sa NTF-LCAC dahil malinaw po, no? Kabilang ang TESDA doon sa 12 agencies na nag-i-implement ng EO 70. At yun nga, yung PRLEC. ang papel ng TESDA dito, poverty alleviation. At mula po noong 2019, 2020, 2021, ayan, meron naman po 1.8 billion. So wala pong malinaw, no, at hindi rin naman ito na-audit ng COA. Itong participation or yung mga ginagastos ng TESDA doon sa NTF-LCAC mula noong 2018. So ano po, pwede po bang mag-comment dito ang ating butihing sponsor, Mr. Speaker, doon sa sinasabit po natin, o yung mga binanggit po natin. Kasi babanggitin ko po mamaya, no, yung mga hiningi kong mga data mula sa TESDA.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, all the documents pending from TESDA to the Honorable Castro will be emailed to her by close of office hours today, and the hard copies will be delivered after. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Nakakalungkot, Mr. Speaker, no? More than a week naman na yung hinihingi nating mga documents related to the implementation of EO70. Particular po dito sa mga sinasabi natin. Kasi otherwise, Mr. Speaker, yung hinihingi nilang 1.8 billion for another implementation na naman ng EO70, I move na matanggal ito, ma-defund kung wala silang i-report sa atin, Mr. Speaker. At ngayon po yung time na dinidiscuss natin ito sa plenary, ano po ang gusto? I-defer po ba natin yung discussion ng TESDA budget, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, medyo malabo po yung dating ng katanungan ni Honorable Castro. Kung pwede lang pong ulitin.
Mr. Speaker, diretsuhin ko na lang po, no? I move to defund yung budget ng TESDA on EO70 dahil hanggang ngayon, Mr. Speaker, 2018, 2019, 2020 report about this ay hindi pa nasasubmit sa atin po. Pinangako po yan ng last briefing, Mr. Speaker.
Ito pong budget for EO70 ay kung tayo po ay gagabayan ng Panginoon, ito po'y siguro simula na ng lunas para sa ating dinadaanan na armed conflict dahil ang kailangan po naman talaga ng taong bayan natin ay ang pag-angat ng estado ng kanilang pamumuhay. Ito po, katulad ng sinabi ko kanina, nung nagtanong po si Honorable Ilago, ang TESDA po, purely skills training and downloading of said skills training ang tungkulin. Ito po ay tungkulin nila na gagampanan kung kaya naman po tayo ay humingi ng suporta ng Kamara upang matugunan natin ang kanilang pangangailangan sa budget. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Honorable Castro.
Pasensya na po, Mr. Speaker, hindi ako ina-unmute ng host. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, malinaw naman dito, no, doon sa implementation ng EO70 mula noong 2018. So kung naniniwala po, Mr. Speaker, ang sponsor natin kung nakakatulong ito, no? So ano po ba yung proof nito at yung mga reports ay hindi maibigay? Kasi kung pinaninindigan po ng ating sponsor na malaki ang naitutulong nito, asan po yung report, Mr. Speaker? Sinasabi kasi dito na tinutulungan yung mga former rebels, mga surrenderies, indigenous people, at iba pa. At isang nilalagay dito, Mr. Speaker, dun sa kanilang report na yung mga former rebels daw po sa TESDA programs nila has resorted to livelihood and income generation. So, nire-recruit as Philippine Army at saka CAFBU. Philippine Army, CAFGO, tsaka yung mini side street food business cum laundry services and construction. So ano po yung asan po yung report nito? Ilan po sa ang region? Mula pong 2018 hanggang ngayong 2020, wala pong nilalabas ang DESTA na report, Mr. Speaker. So paano natin masasabi na nakakatulong ito doon sa ating mga marginalized sector? Dahil yan na po yung tinanong ko na rin noon.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, wala pong output during 2018 kasi wala pa po siya sa budget. And 2019, wala po sa budget yung programang yan. Pero ayon sa TESDA, ginamit po ng TESDA ang kanilang training programs to be able to facilitate current training programs for 2019 to facilitate this. Pero for 2020 po, meron tayong, since it was budgeted already, may enrollees po tayong 1,734. And then, ang graduates po niyan ay 408. Ang na-assess po ay 44, certified 44. Ang employed po dun sa lahat ng nag-graduate, currently ay 54. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, yun po bang binabanggit ng ating butihing sponsor? Yun po ba yung sinasabi nating livelihood mula doon sa EO70? Kasi ang dinig ko po doon sa 1,000 plus na binabanggit po ng TESDA at ng ating sponsor, Mr. Speaker, ay yun yung total na sinasabi nating natulungan mula doon sa mga programs ng iba't ibang mga region. So, kung totoo po yan, 1,000 na mga rebel returnee, mga rebels, mga surrenderies, pwede po bang magbigay ng report ang TESDA sa atin po? Tapos ano yung mga skills na inilagay at paano ba nila namomonitor ang subaybayan nito? Kasi nakalagay din kasi dito wala nabanggit sa mga sinabing mga skills yung sinasabing pagre-recruit nila sa Philippine Military, sa CAFGO, at saka yung pagbibigay nila ng business, small business na 3,000 yung halaga ng mga businesses, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, in addendum to what I mentioned earlier, there are documented success stories such as in Masbate. 24 former rebels trained in various qualifications are now employed by the Philippine Army. Out of these 24, 3 became enlisted personnel who now receive a monthly compensation of 29,000, and the remaining 21 receive an allowance of 4,500 as KAFGA. Some of these former rebels are also engaged in operating side street food business cum laundry services and construction. All of them are earning an average of at least 3,000 pesos a month. But the more interesting stories to this would be the training cum production in toddy tapping ensured regular income for IPs. For 100 coconut trees, these IPs are now assured of an income of at least 80,000 per month for 600 liters of cocoa syrup, which would be bought by partners of TESDA. If the Honorable Castro, Mr. Speaker, would allow us, TESDA is willing to provide her with the actual list of these beneficiaries who have been successful so that she may have verification. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Having checked the email, so yesterday po nagpadala po ang TESDA, no? So nakalagay dito yung 106 na beneficiary ng kanilang program based on EO70. Tama po ba to, Mr. Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, can the Honorable Castro please repeat?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, so nag-check po ako ng email, so nakita ko kahapon meron palang pinadala yung sinasabing 106 na mga beneficiaries nitong EO, itong mga sinasabing livelihood and income generating, So hindi pa nakadetalye dito kung ano-ano yun. Pwede po bang ma-submit? Tama po ba, 106 lang po yung mga beneficiary? Pero ito yung 2020 pa lang. How about the report for 2019? 2019 po.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, actually po, 106 barangays po ang beneficiaries with a total beneficiary base of 7,878 individuals.
7,000.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So, sige po. So, kung titignan ko po itong data na ito, so ibig sabihin, ganito po karami yung mga rebels and surrenderies, 7,000. Tama ba yan? Kasi parang naghalo-halo. Kasi nag-focus lang po ako doon sa EO70 dahil sinasabi po ng TESDA, yung papel nila dito sa 8017, yung PRLEC. So kung totoo po yung sinasabi, 7,000 po yung for 2020, 7,000 yung mga rebel and surrenderies na tinulungan ng ating TESDA po. Or ano ba yung breakdown niyan based doon sa prioritization of the marginalized and vulnerable sectors?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, yung pong 7,700 na yon na hindi po lahat rebel returnees. Bulk of that is composed of IPs. Yung pong kinukuha ko lang po ang proportion ng returnees at IPs. Pero bulk of that, majority of that would be indigenous peoples po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So pwede po bang mag-submit sa akin, mag-submit po, Mr. Speaker, ang ating sponsor from the TESDA noong tinatanong ko pong report noong sa briefing. Yun lang pong sinasabi nating beneficiary po noong sa budget natin for EO 70.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, if the Honorable Castro would allow, we will send TESDA is committing to send the breakdown of the recipients of the composition of the 7,700 recipients to her as well by end of office, close of office hours today. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you po, Mr. Speaker. So nakita ko rin po, Mr. Speaker, dito yung sa tulong din po mula from persons deprived of liberty. Ilan po ba ito yung mga natulungan natin ng mga training na PDLs? At saka, Mr. Speaker, yung mga agrarian reform beneficiaries, meron din po ba tayong breakdown noon, yung mga ARBs?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, we will provide the Honorable Castro with the list.
Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, kabilang po ba dun sa binabanggit na 7,000 yung sinasabi nating persons deprived of liberty at yung mga agrarian reform beneficiaries po?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, pakiulit lang po ang katanungan ni Honorable Castro.
Mr. Speaker, kasama po ba doon sa binabanggit or ni-report na 7,000 yung mga PDL at saka agrarian reform beneficiaries na tinulungan po sa mga livelihood and other income generating projects?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, we will provide you with a complete list. Thank you.
Okay. Going back to implementation of EO 70, Mr. Speaker, meron ditong mga proposal na 63 mobile training laboratory trucks, creation of 996 plantilla positions, 63 units for vehicles for operations, operating expenses for 63 priority areas, 46 provinces plus 17 regions. Ito po, Mr. Speaker, ito yung hinihingi ko rin na report or proposal mula doon sa TESDA. Hindi pa po na ibibigay sa akin yung report, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, TESDA will provide the Honorable Castro with the list.
Sige po, kailan po, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, can the Honorable Castro repeat her last question, if any?
Okay, so yung last po, Mr. Speaker, ito yung mga data na hinaharap natin based doon sa proposal ng TESDA in the implementation of EO 70. So, doon po sa mga priority areas nila, may nakalagay na 63 priority areas nila. Ano-ano po ito sa province and regions? Kasi meron silang proposal na 2.7 million per area. So, para makita natin kung anong gagawin po, no? 63 units motor vehicles. Saan-saan po ito ibibigay? Anong region? Anong probinsya? Creation of 996 plantilla position. Para ito po sa para sa implementation ng EO 70. Bakit kailangan po ng 996 plantilla position? Meron pong ganung At saka 63 mobile training laboratory trucks to complete po yung nung training equipment, 8.5 million each. So pwede po bang makakuha ng detalye nitong proposal na ito, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, TESDA is willing to provide all this, although we still have to get the approval of Congress for the funding for this. Because, for example, the 63 mobile training laboratories complete with training equipment at 8.5 million pesos each. Only 50 million was approved. That it would only be good for 6 units approximately. So in order to completely itemize the distribution of this equipment, we would need funding for this. TESDA would be needing funding for this. But at the same time, TESDA will provide the Honorable Castro with the deployment, proposed deployment schedule, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you po. Paano po nagkaroon ng proposal na 996 na plantilla position? Nagtataka lang po ako, implementation ng EO 70, pero less than 1,000 ang kailangan ninyong plantilla position to implement yung EO 70. So ano po ba yung rationale dito? Tapos yung 63 na mga mobile training laboratory, para po ba ito sa mga para sa mga rebel returnees at saka doon sa mga surrenderies? So, ang dami po nito, ilang priority areas, 47 provinces. So, paano po na-determine, Mr. Speaker, at anong rationale nitong may mga ganitong klase ng mga proposal?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, pertaining to the 996 plantilla positions, ito po ay majority nito mga trainers at ito po yung mga i-deploy natin to be able to fully utilize this logistics for the far-flung areas where trainings would be conducted. Sa kasalukuyan po, kulang po ang manpower complement ng TESDA, kung kaya kailangan pong punuan ito na 996 plantilla positions. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, so sige po, para matapos na lang po natin yung tungkol dito sa EO 70. So nakikita natin, sige, magsasubmit naman po yata ang TESDA dito sa mga detalye nito, Mr. Speaker. Kailangan lang po natin mabantayan yung mga budget na dinadala o ilalagay doon sa EO70 dahil napakalaking pondo ito na nilalagay ng ating gobyerno na sinasabi nila na para sa para masugpo daw yung armed conflict, communist armed conflict. Pero kung i-rationalize po natin ito na po talaga yung, yung 996 na positions na mapapakinabangan ng mas nakararami no, na ating mga mamamayan. Tsaka itong mga sinasabi nating mga operating expenses, tsaka mga mobile training laboratory. So yun lang po, Mr. Speaker, at titignan po natin yung implementation ng TESDA nitong EO70 na ito, kung ano po yung nagiging benepisyo nito sa ating mga mamamayan.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Mark Go of the Long District of Baguio for his interpellation.
Honorable Mark Go is recognized. Please be reminded of our 30-minute rule.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. I would like to ask Secretary La Peña. Last hearing of the Department of Education, I asked the question of whether they are willing that the textbook track under the K-12 program be transferred to the TESDA, the Technical Education Authority. And Secretary La Peña was there present, and he said they can handle this. No, just a little background. We implemented the K-12 program starting 2016, where we offered the senior high, and we provided in this particular bill or in this particular law that we will have two basic tracks. One is the university track and the other one is the textbook track. And after 2 years, I delivered a privileged speech on the situation of the K-12 program and the different problems encountered by this particular program. And one of the things I have highlighted is the fact that most of those who finished their K-12 or their senior high under the textbook track have not been considered for hiring by most of the companies in the country. And the reason for that is the companies that were surveyed said that the qualifications as well as the skills that they are supposed to develop when they take the textbook track under the K-12 program did not materialize, and therefore they don't have the necessary skills yet to assume jobs after they complete the textbook track under the K-12 program. And because of the presentation of Secretary La Peña then during that meeting, it was found out that most of the trainees that they train under TESDA, more than 84% were hired after finishing their textbook or their training at TESDA. And that's the reason why I asked if it will be okay with TESDA to transfer the program of the K-12, particularly on the textbook track, to the TESDA, the Training, Education, and Skills Development Authority. I would like to ask again, Secretary La Peña, if this is still possible for them to consider that the program, once, of course, we have to pass a law to this effect, if it can be managed and administered, the textbook track by TESDA, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the this representation and TESDA fully support his position on the integration of the Tech VOC portion of K-12 under TESDA, because TESDA is really the government arm for skills training. We understand that there may be redundancies currently, but we seek to minimize this. And as such, again, I reiterate our agreement to what the Honorable Mark Go said. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to find out what resources do they need to be able to manage or administer the TechBook track under the K-12 program, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the TESDA administration commits to submit a list of these requirements to help facilitate the concern of the Honorable Mark Go, and as such, extends its appreciation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, our sponsor. The other question I have here is, I'm the sponsor of this particular bill, this Cordillera State Institute of Technical Education. This bill was approved during the 17th Congress, and we are expecting that this bill budget, because it was already approved into law, be incorporated in the current budget proposal of TESDA for 2021. I would like to find out if this was originally proposed and whether it was approved by DBM, and if not, what might be the reason why it was not accepted by DBM as part of the 21 or 2021 budget of TESDA?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, it is included in the legislation-related proposal of TESDA, which as of current time is fully unfunded under the NEP. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I would like to find out how much was the recommended budget, supposedly, for the Cordillera State Institute of Technical Education as submitted to the Department of Budget before the NEP was released by the DBM, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the budget is proposed budget is 456,433 pesos. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
May we know, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, may we know if Your Honor would like to recommend for the reinstatement of this particular budget, because this was approved in 2018, and if we look at the timetable, this is the right time to have the budget approved for this particular Cordillera State Institute of Technical Education, Mr. Speaker and Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, this is part of our request to have our initial budget proposal reinstated, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to manifest at this point in time that we include this as part of the budget of TESDA for 2021, and at the appropriate time, this representation will manifest the inclusion of this budget that was removed by the DBM before we approve on second reading this GA bill this week or probably next week, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, this representation and TESDA extends its appreciation to the Honorable Marco for his support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Your Honor, I will end my interpellation at this point, and I'm very happy that our Honorable Campos and the members of TESDA have indicated their support to the two items that I've mentioned. One is the consideration for TESDA to administer and manage the textbook truck under the K-12 program, and they will submit to us the necessary requirements for us to be able to implement this particular program. And the second one is the reinstatement of the budget of the C-site in the 2021 budget of TESDA. So, Mr. Chair, at this point, thank you very much and magandang hapon sa lahat ng aking mga kasama. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Deputy Speaker Lauren Ligardo of the Long District of Antique for her interpellations.
Can you repeat?
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Deputy Speaker Lauren Ligarda. Lauren Ligarda.
Honorable Lauren Regarda is recognized. Honorable Legarda, you have the floor. Can we proceed to the next interpellator? Honorable Lauren Legarda, are you already online? Session suspended. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we move that our Deputy Minority Leader, the Honorable Kaloy Zarate, be recognized.
Honorable Carlos Zarate is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Considering, Mr. Speaker, that there are no more members from the minority who will interpolate the budget of TESDA, we move to terminate the deliberations on the budget of TESDA, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, in behalf of the majority, we join the minority in moving to close the period of interpellation, sponsor on the budget of TESDA.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I would like to request that
Session resumed. Yes. Yes, Representative.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I'm also sponsoring the budget of CDA, as I mentioned earlier, as an attached agency of DTI. May I request that it be included in the termination?
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we begin the period of sponsorship and debate on the budget of the CDA. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize our esteemed Deputy Minority Leader, the Honorable Kaloy Zarate. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Carlos Zarate is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, considering that no member of the minority wishes to interpolate the budget of the CDA, we move to terminate the deliberations on the budget of the CDA. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, we join the minority in moving to terminate the period of sponsorship of CDA.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Of the budget of CDA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the Honorable Zarate, the minority. Thank you very much.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of on the deliberation of budget of DTI. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Subiri to answer questions on the budget of the DTI. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Manuel Subiri is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think we need to continue on with the deliberation for the Department of Trade and Industry budget, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Arlene Brosas of Gabriela Party List to continue her interpellation. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Arlene Brosas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please
Maraming
proceed.
salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Please proceed.
And I be
Honorable Brosas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as to my last question, yung budget po para sa local manufacturers, particularly ng health supplies. Kasi po, alam nyo, imbes na mag-rely tayo sa mga imports, mas kikita pa yung mga local businesses natin at mabibigyan natin ng trabaho ang mga manggagawa kapag ito po ay binadgetan natin, inayos natin, supportahan natin ang mga local manufacturers natin, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. May I know from the DTI kung meron po bang budget ito, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Budget, tinutulungan lang natin sa accreditation, sa getting compliance.
Mr. Speaker, puro support po ito, no? Tinutulungan sa facilitation, sa pag-ayos ng mga dokumento, mga papeles, pero wala pong budget na talagang binibigyan itong mga manufacturers, especially ng ating mga para sa mga frontliners natin. So wala po. Kung gusto niyo po, pwede tayong gumawa ng isang resolution o pwede po tayong humingi ng tulong sa dito po sa mga colleagues natin para mabigyan po ng budget ito. Pero right now, it is either just a support in terms of facilitation and helping them meet the right people for them to be able to manufacture all these items, Mr. Speaker. So no financial support whatsoever, Mr. Speaker, Ma'am Arlene.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, gusto ko lang sabihin na sa bayanihan 2, no, mayroong fiscal and non-fiscal incentives para sa importation ng PPEs. Ngayon, in contrast, yung mga gumagawa ng PPEs dito sa atin na local manufacturers, noong nakaraang mga buwan, nagpapahayag na nadidismaya sila dahil mas nagre-rely pa ang gobyerno natin sa imported PPEs. Ngayon, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, this is the time na pwede talaga ang DTI magbigay ng pagpapahalaga at palakasin ang local PPE manufacturing natin. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. So, bakit hindi ito inilagay sa budget ng DTI, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Pero tulong lang din.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Arlene, I think yung sabi po dito sa DTI na yung 3 million, for example, 3 million PPEs and about 56 million face masks will be manufactured locally. But they don't have the financial support to purchase the items. They're just linking the buyer and the seller, no, and the manufacturer together to be able to make it happen. So wala pong subsidy, wala pong hinahawakan na budget o pera na tulungan po yung mga manufacturer. But I am a believer of buying local. Whatever it is, it is about time that we buy locally, we stop importing, and we should support our local manufacturers 100%. Especially in time of this pandemic, importante po na we should unite, no, in terms of helping the small businesses to reopen and to revive them in terms of buying their products. Whatever they manufacture, dapat bibilhin po natin. Kasi kung hindi, mahihirapan po yung taong bayan kung mag-i-import pa rin tayo. Kasi alam po natin, dito po sa Trade Committee, alam po natin na hanggang ngayon po, we are still a net importer of so many goods as against being a net exporter. So I am with you, Mr. Speaker, and Congresswoman Brosas, that we need to buy local. Whatever product that can be manufactured locally, we should buy. This should be the practice of all Filipinos nationwide.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, sa pagsabi ng suporta kaugnay dito. Kitang-kita po natin na kailangan talaga natin tulungan yung mga local manufacturers natin, lokal na manggagawa natin, tulungan yung particularly yung DTI dahil napakalaki nung in-slash na pondo sa kanila. Maliit na nga yung pondo nila, napakalaki pa ng pondo na in-slash sa kanila, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Pero sa kalagayan po na ganito, uulitin ko lang po, sabi nga ng Lancet, no, COVID-19 Commission Statement on the occasion of the 75th session of the UN General Assembly, worst pandemic response ang meron sa Pilipinas. Mas malala pa po tayo sa Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, Malaysia. Kaya, and even sa mga maliliit yung GDP o yung Lao, PDR, Cambodia, Myanmar. Yun po yung mga bansa, no, na smaller than smaller ang GDP kaysa sa Pilipinas. Doon din sa mga bansa na financially weaker, sabi weaker than us, no, yung Vietnam, Indonesia, Malaysia, pero sila mas nakaungos pa sila sa pag-respond dito sa pandemya. Pero ang Pilipinas po nahuli. Kaya may priority po dapat talaga na asikasuhin ang Pilipinas kaugnay sa pag-respond sa pandemya. At sumusunod nga po itong usapin ng pagbubukas ng ekonomiya. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat, Mr. Sponsor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Honorable Lauren Ligarda of the Lone District of Antique for her interpellation.
Honorable Lauren Ligarda is recognized.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, considering that the Honorable Ligarda is not yet connected, may we recognize Honorable Franz Castro of Party List ACT Teachers for her interpellation.
Honorable Franz Castro is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So doon po ako sa MSME, no? I joined the sponsor, Mr. Speaker, doon sa kanyang panawagan na madagdagan yung budget para doon sa ating mga MSME. Nakakalungkot at nakakabahala na doon sa report niya na more than 900,000, tama po ba? 900 o 9,000 na mga MSME talaga yung mga nag-close down or nagsara. At 94% dito yung talagang hindi pa talaga nakaagapay. 50% not full capacity. Tama po ba yan? Tapos 2% continued operations. Tama po ba yung data narinig ko, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, Madam Franz, actually 6% po, no? 6% is 90,000. 90,000 small companies have closed. Malaki po yun. Marami pong trabahante na wala ng trabaho. Importante po na matulungan po sila, no? If we can make them reopen and give back the jobs, mas maganda po. Pero yung problema po natin sa 94% na nasa operation pa rin, hindi ibig sabihin na kumikita po sila. They are just trying to survive and trying to keep afloat. Kaya importante na talagang matulungan po natin silang lahat. And the 6%, 90,000 of them, if we can, we will try to keep them open. Pero yan po yung statistics o yung figures po na nandito sa atin ngayon. 80% po ay humihingi po talaga ng tulong kasi nahihirapan po sila. So that is why we need, no? Nakita po natin yung minority at saka yung majority. We are all in one with regards to the budget of the DTI. Wala po ako nakita na negative debate po dito o deliberation po dito sa DTI. Nakita ko po, what I've noticed in my observation, na talagang we are unified, no? We are in unity in terms of making sure that the budget of the Department of Trade and Industry is brought to its levels wherein it can really help in the situation right now, especially in this COVID-19 pandemic, Mr. Speaker. Ma'am Franz.
Naniniwala po ako dyan, Mr. Speaker. Sinasabi nga doon sa budget message ng ating Pangulo na to support a strong economic recovery plus providing recovery and rehabilitation, stronger support for private sector, at magiging bihikulo daw ang 2021 budget for reset, rebound, and recover our country. Kaya kung paano tayo makaka-recover, kasi bago ang pandemya, nakita naman natin yung maliit na support ng ating gobyerno dito sa ating mga MSME. Kaya talaga bago po mag-pandemya ay talagang sisinghap-singhap na yung ating mga MSME at nagkaroon pa ng pandemya. So nakita natin doon sa support ng budget, instead na tumaas, Mr. Speaker, from 5.5 billion in 2021 naging 5.28 billion. So parang hindi parang hindi mismatch yung budgeting natin doon sa budget message ni Pangulo. So kung ganito, ang tingin natin dapat sa budget bill, dahil nakita natin na susi talaga yung MSMEs para doon sa pagbangon ng ating ekonomiya, at alam naman natin at aware tayo kung gaano kalaki ang demographics at ambag nila at kung ilan sa ating mga kababayan ang umaasa doon sa MSME. So sa binabanggit nga na number of MSMEs na talagang mga nagsara ang kabuhayan, yung mga Pinoy micro, small, and medium enterprises, kabilang na po dito, Mr. Speaker, yung barangay micro business enterprises. Sila po yung nagbibigay ng trabahong direkta sa mga komunidad at mga mahihirap na pamilya. Sila yung nagbibigay ng sigla sa ating ekonomiya. So, kung ganon, dapat lang po natin na bigyan ng malaking budget or dagdagan yung budget ng ating mga MSMEs. Kapansin-pansin, Mr. Speaker, yung One Town, One Product program slashed by 68%. Negosyo centers slashed by 20.61%. Yung pong MSME development program slashed by 107.2%. At saka yung Go Local program, 9.8 million. Sa tingin po ba ng ating sponsor, Mr. Speaker, na dapat ay tama ba na dapat proteksyonan natin yung ating mga negosyo na lokal sa ating bansa para makaahon tayo muli doon sa economic crisis?
Mr. Speaker, Madam Franz, my colleague, my dear colleague, lahat po ng sinabi mo, sang-ayon po kami, sang-ayon po ako. We need to buy Philippine-made goods, no? We need to buy Philippine-made items. We need to support our local manufacturers. Maski na po yung mga malalaking manufacturers, yung mga malalaking negosyante, which comprises 10% of the whole 100% of all businesses in the Philippines, sabi po nila, we need to support 90% of the MSMEs. Kasi po, kung wala po yung mga MSMEs, wala din po sila. Kasi ito po nagbibigay, itong 90% na mga MSMEs, ito po ang nagbibigay ng tulong sa mga 10% po, no? Because it is part of the whole chain in terms of our economy. So, pati sila po ang nagsasabi kung pwede, tulungan po natin ang mga MSMEs. And yung sinabi niyo po yung mga programa na binawasan po sa DTI, kaya po meron sila isang listahan dito, isang wish list na ipaparating ko po sa leadership, sa liderato, na at least mabigyan ng pansin. Baka sakali mabigyan po ng additional budget yung Department of Trade and Industry. So yes, ma'am, I support in all the items that you've said that we need to support our economy, we need to increase the budget of DTI. Ang problema po ngayon is health at saka ang ekonomiya. The DOH is going to get its proper budget and we hope that the Department of Trade and Industry will get its proper budget as well. Marami po salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Madam Franz.
Tama po yun, hindi lang po, kagaya ng susugan ko rin yung sinabi ni Congresswoman Arlene Rosas kanina, hindi lang naman natin kailangan din yung budget, support sa budget. Pero kung nananatili pong nandiyan yung mga policies, mga patakaran na talagang nabibigay ng discontentment sa ating maliliit na negosyo or hindi sila confident o naguguluhan sila sa mga policies na nilalabas kaugnay nito. Example na lang po yung sa IATF. Sa panahon ng pandemya, although focus po tayo doon sa health crisis, problema natin sa COVID-19. Pero sa panahon ng March, April, and May, hanggang June, hanggang ngayon po, nakita natin yung ekonomiya, no, yung ating ekonomiya ay talagang na sidestep. Naniniwala ba kayo dito? So sa panahon ng pandemya, habang nire-resolve sana natin yung health crisis, dapat ay pinoproteksyonan din natin ang ekonomiya. Nananiwala ba ang ating sponsor dito?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Madam Franz, my dear colleague, yes, I believe that mabigyan po ito ng pansin at saka yung budget po nila na 5.3, wala pang 5.5 billion, mas 5.3, wala pong parang kakapagtaka, Mr. Speaker, na ganito lang yung budget nila. Hindi ko po maintindihan, pero pwede po natin, we can correct the mistake, we can try our best to bring up the budget because I truly feel, and we truly feel, especially in the Trade Committee, na talagang kailangan, headed by Wesley Gatchalian, sabi po ni Chairman Wes Gatchalian, na kailangan itaas po yung budget ng Department of Trade and Industry. That is why I am here appealing to the minority and the majority. Let us be one in bringing the budget of DTI to its proper form, or to its, how do you call this, to what the DTI really needs for them to operate efficiently and effectively.
So, tama po yan. Ano? Ang tanong ko po, naniniwala po ba kayo na hindi lang po budget ang kailangan? Ang kailangan po natin ay talagang efficient, tamang mga polisiya na pinatutupad natin sa panahon ng pandemya sa ating mga maliliit na negosyante. Magbibigay po ako ng example, no, na ito ay nagiging problema natin noong yung mga lockdowns. May mga lockdowns tayo na halimbawa po yung mga industry ng pagkain, ng mga vegetables, chicken at iba pa, hirap na hirap yung ating yung ating mga businessmen doon sa pag-transport ng kanilang mga produkto pa Maynila at iba't ibang mga lugar dahil dito sa mga patakaran na hindi naman nakaka-solve doon sa pandemya. In fact, lumalaki pa at talagang kahit na matagal yung lockdown natin, naging worse, nag-worsen or worse pa nga yung ating sitwasyon. So naniniwala ba kayo na kailangan din nating palitan yung polisiya natin para sa ating ekonomiya during the pandemic?
Mr. Speaker, Madam Franz, sa totoo lang, according to our dear Secretary, na ngayon gumaganda po yung supply, no? 2 to 3 months yung supply po ng ating mga basic goods. Wala pong problema sa supply. At saka ngayon, medyo free-flowing yung delivery ng mga goods po natin, no? Wala masyadong problema ngayon. Pero ang gusto po ni Secretary, kung pwede, mas mabuksan pa po yung mga ibang industriya para lumakas po yung ekonomiya natin. Pero ngayon, it is much better than what it was a few months ago, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, tama po yan. Yan po yung sinasabi, ina-expect nating direksyon na dahil nga para makatulong po tayo doon sa ating mga maliliit na negosyante, yung MSMEs, no, i-rationalize natin yung pagbubukas ng ekonomiya. Yung kanilang suggestion na mas ibukas pa nga at considering din yung mga health protocols ay mas maganda yun na dapat na gawin. So dahil nagkaroon po ng Proclamation 1021 extension of the state of calamity, meron po bang ginagawang pag-aaral o merong pag-aaral ang DTI as to the effect naman nito ulit sa mga MSMEs? Kasi kung ganitong may state of calamity, magkakaroon na naman ng mga iba't ibang klase ng lockdown, mga restrictions at iba't iba pa. Yung transportation, napakahalaga niyan. So anong tingin ninyo ang mangyayari muli dun sa ating mga MSMEs? Kasi hanggang September pa ito next year. Tingin nyo ba magkakaroon ng malaking impact ito sa mga MSMEs?
Mr. Speaker, Madam Franz, actually, gumaganda na po yung flow no, ng items o goods dito sa ating bansa. No? Hindi na masyadong stricto ngayon. Maski na ngayon na-declare ng state of calamity, pero nag-ease na po. No? Medyo gumaan na po yung proseso sa pag-deliver o pagbenta ng mga basic goods po natin. Ngayon, nandito po sa atin yung consumer protection. Yung binabantayan po nila, yung talagang presyo na hindi po tumaas, no? Ang presyo ng mga basic items. At saka, according to the USEC beside me, sabi po ni USEC Cruz na over 500 po no, na aresto since day one or I think a few months ago in terms of people that are profiteering versus this pandemic, people that are taking advantage of the situation. So mayroon na rin po, no, mga over 500 people have been arrested because of illegal profiteering from our countrymen, ma'am, Mr. Speaker.
So sinasabi po ng ating sponsor, Mr. Speaker, hindi makakaapekto no, sa confidence ng ating mga negosyante itong extended na state of calamity ng hindi siya makakaapekto. Tama po ba 'yon?
I think, Mr. Speaker, and of course, Madam Franz, we have to have hahanap po tayo ng happy medium, no? Kasi hindi rin natin pwede buksan yung ating lahat ng mga restrictions kasi kung binuksan po natin at saka magka-second wave, baka magkakaproblema po tayo. Kaya yung DTI po, naghahanap ng paraan na kung pwede, win-win, no? We should follow still the safety protocols and the policies no na kailangan para hindi po magka-second wave yung Pilipinas at saka nandito naman po sila nagbabantay no ng na hindi po tumaas masyado yung mga basic goods natin. There should still be a free flowing of goods from point A to point B. So dapat bantayan po nila yan and they've assured us they will do their best. This is why lumabas po sila sa newspaper, no, sa news kaninang umaga na humihingi sila ng tulong po sa IATF na kung pwede buksan pa po yung mga ibang industriya at saka mga ibang negosyo, businesses na nandun na nakasira pa para at least gumanda po yung ating ekonomiya. No? Slowly but surely, ma'am.
Okay, maganda po yung yung nilabas ng ating mga MSMEs na panawagan. Kaya nga ito nga yung sinasabi ko, Mr. Speaker, yung mga policies and guidelines ng IATF. Sana nag-chive ito doon sa problema ng ekonomiya natin, So kung magkakaroon pa rin ng mga klase, iba't ibang klase ng restrictions, kaya nga sinasabi natin, sana magkaroon ng pag-aaral, ng surveys ang ating DTI para malaman natin yung sentimiento ng ating mga MSME. Ayan, kung naglabas na, patunay ito na merong something wrong with the policy na mga nilalabas ng IATF. Doon sa pagbubukas ng ekonomiya natin, yung hindi lang naman yung iba't ibang mga factors din like yung mga transportation at iba pa po. Kaya so dapat mag-survey, makita natin sa ating mga MSMEs yung mga kinakatakot nila, yung mga pinoproblema nila. Kung talagang ang gusto po ng DTI ay talagang magbukas na ng ekonomiya, go. I-ano po natin yun, i-push po natin yun with the MSMEs at ang ating DTI. So, tama po ba yun, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, Madam Franz, actually, makita po natin, from 17% unemployment, nasa 10% unemployment na lang tayo. Ito po based on statistics. At saka makita rin natin, maski na may state of calamity, basta allowed mag-operate, yung mga negosyo, talagang yung DTI at saka yung IATF, nag-uusap po yan sila almost daily po para at least it's a push and pull, kung anong gusto ng DTI, nakikinig naman po yung IATF and vice versa. So hopefully, God willing po, uusbong ulit ang ekonomiya. Ma'am, as you can see sa figure na basa po natin sa statistics, from 17% unemployment, nasa 10% unemployment tayo. Pero malaki pa rin po, 10% unemployment, double digit, that is still big, no? Kaya humihingi talaga ng DTI ng tulong in terms of budget para yung 10% na unemployment na yan ay bababa pa. So hopefully, given the right budget, yung sabi ko nga kanina, no? Kanina umaga, input equals output. So bigyan natin ng malaking input ang DTI para at least we expect them na mabigyan din tayo ng malaking output, Mr. Speaker, Madam Franz.
Okay, so thank you po, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. As a last manifestation po, Mr. Speaker, so nasa gitna po tayo ng pandemya, no, at humaharap po tayo doon sa matinding krisis pang-ekonomiya. So sa mga iba't ibang aspeto, makakatulong ng malaki ang MSMEs kung bibigyan sila ng wastong pagpapahalaga, not just yung mga terms of policy but also in terms of funding. Sa totoo lang, dapat gawin din natin yung mga ginagawa ng ating mga kapitbahay na mga bansa na nagbukas na ng ekonomiya, may pandemya, pero with the right policy sa tamang mga patakaran sa pagsugpo ng pandemya ay nagawa nila. So, kaya po dinidiin ko dito na kung mali ang policy ng ating gobyerno sa economics, sa pagsugpo ng ekonomiya, ay pagsugpo ng health crisis ay talagang kawawa po yung ating mga maliliit na negosyo. So yun lang po, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Deputy Speaker Lauren Ligarda of the Lone District of Antique for her interpellation. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Speaker Lauren Ligarda is recognized.
Magandang hapon po sa ating DTI family and good afternoon to all my colleagues. I'm speaking to you via Zoom. I hope that my connectivity is strong enough to be heard in plenary.
Yes. DS Lauren, I can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate all the discussions, especially of my predecessor, our esteemed colleague, who spoke heavily on micro and small and medium enterprises. As you know, as a principal author of this measure many years ago, and we know that there are 998,000, if this is accurate, 342 MSMEs, or 99.52% of our national and local economy. And there are 4,769 of these, or only 0.48%, are large enterprises. And kung hihimayin pa rin po natin ito mga MSME ito, ang micro enterprises constitute 88.45%, or 887,272 of the total MSME establishment, and the small are only 10.58%, or 106,175, and the medium is only 0.49%, 4,895. The DTI itself had presented those figures with a PSA. May I confirm, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, the focus and bias and assistance and support of the Department of Trade and Industry in reviving and resuscitating this fledgling MSME industry, which is more than 99% and the backbone of our national economy, that have been adversely affected, not of our doing, but even affected globally because of the global pandemic. Which brings me to my first question. Does the DTI have a clear monitoring facility of this 99% of the MSME facilities, businesses, enterprises, which have been affected by the pandemic, and obviously all of them have in one way or the other, so that we know from the time that I authored the law RA 9501, the MSME law, which amended Republic Act 6977, the Magna Carta for Small Enterprises. And the essential amendment here was the inclusion of the micro enterprises, which, as I said, cover the most of MSMEs. And so, as I peruse your budget, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, having premised that it is the backbone of the economy, I take note that the MSME development program, separate from the shared services facilities, is so small. The OTOP is a component of the MSME development program, and we saw that the funds for 2020 may have been 290 million of OTOP under MSME development, and in 2021, it was brought down to 91.498 million. Considering the pandemic, considering the support needed for micro enterprises, instead of increasing our MSME development funds, it has been reduced to 1/4 of the budget of 2020 pre-pandemic. Mr. Chairman, I do not understand the lack of appreciation for micro enterprises as reflected in this budget. My second question is, and Secretary of DTI, Mon Lopez, would know this, in 2019, we increased the budget of shared services facilities from a measly 50 million to 1 billion. And then the next year, 2020, it was halved to only 578 million. And this is nationwide. And the next year, 574 million. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, are we responding to the pandemic? Are we supporting our micro enterprises who are the backbone of our national economy? Are we insensitive to their needs that we have even reduced the budget for shared services facilities and the MSME Development Fund, which is lodged in the region? For the life of me, I cannot comprehend why a pre-COVID budget in 2019 and 20 could even be higher than a post-COVID budget, considering that our 4 trillion peso budget has even increased. I apologize to my esteemed colleague for this lengthy question, but I had to set the premise because I don't have to explain myself. I just need, in sum, I need to know the monitoring facility for oral micro enterprises. Second, why the budget for MSME development lodged in regions has been drastically cut. And third, why the SSF in 2020 and 21 drastically cut from the time that I, if I may say, shared your budget in 2019 and increased it from 50 million to 1 billion. I submit, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, may the Honorable Chair please respond based on information from our secretary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Madam Diaz, Loren. To be honest, I am with you 100%. I have no arguments whatsoever with you, and I am with you, definitely. Their budget was cut last year from 6 billion, close to 6 billion, down to 4 billion. I think 2 billion was taken out of them. Right now, with whatever they have, whatever they did, nandito po sa presentation po nila, pinakita po sa atin, no, that they have taken care of 35,000 MSMEs, no? They've assisted 35,000, and they are still continuing to do so. But yes, in terms of figures, we don't have the exact number of figures, but definitely they will work on it and they will pass it on to you. But in the meantime, as you can see, dito po sa, during the budget briefing, they gave us a presentation. In the presentation that they gave us, all the negosyo centers, they've put up about 1,148 negosyo centers, and then programs for the youth, about 4,337 batches of youth were assisted, and all these other programs, DS Loren, yes, definitely they are clamoring for bigger fund for them to be able to assist. And yes, 90% are MSMEs, and most of that 90% are micro enterprises, not even small or medium. We need to assist them, and this is why SB Corporation, which is under the DTI, is requesting for a bigger budget. And of course, we want them to lessen the interest rates as well moving forward. This is the only way this is the only way to, not only way, but this is one of the biggest ways to help them in terms of reviving their businesses, Mr. Speaker, DS Loren. I believe that during, we've been meeting with them in Zoom and the DTI, you know, even in front of me, we have leaders of the DTI already begging and requesting for help for us to put more money to SB Corporation, for them to be able to lend more money to those businesses that are in dire need and that are about to close. This is why we need to pour in the resources right now. A lot of their budget was taken out and put in for COVID response, but now moving forward, we are now in either phase 2 or, phase 2 of the pandemic. We have now to revive the economy. We need now to pour in more money for its attached agencies and for its other programs. This is why that the DTI requested for an additional 3.459 billion for their attached agencies and for the Office of the Secretary for their programs, and an additional 1.5 billion for SB Corporation. I feel that it is not enough, but they're requesting for an additional 5.280 billion out of the 4.1 trillion budget of the country, Mr. Speaker, Madam Diaz.
Thank you for that information. I appreciate it, my esteemed colleague. But I have not been answered the question that despite the increase in the total NEP budget compared to the GAA of this present year, the budget of Department of Trade and Industry, which is supposedly the frontliner, so to speak, in the economic recovery of our country, its budget has been trimmed. And if we actually believe that MSMEs are the backbone of our economy, why do we give such minute support to the backbone? The GAA 2020 was 4.1 trillion, the entire budget. The NEP 2021 is 4.506 trillion. But the Department of Trade and Industry, focusing on the MSME Development Fund, the OTOP is part of that, and have a pending bill on the institutionalization of the one-to-one product, and the shared services facilities, which is an implementation of the Republic Act I authored in 2008, they've been drastically reduced. So I would hasten to say, Mr. Chair, with all due respect, we are rendering lip service and not putting our heart into budgetary action. We say we support them. We say we want to respond well to those who have been adversely affected by the COVID pandemic. But why are we cutting the budget of the micro enterprises support fund? Why are we not allocating at least to the level of 2019, 1 billion, when the budget was much less than for the shared services facilities, which are equipment and training in the grassroots? It is possible, Mr. President. I've analyzed the budget for 7 years. Ang budget po na aking hinahain noon ay kaliit-liit, ihambing no sa 4.5 trillion. At kaya kong bigyan ng mga gamit ang ating mga maliliit na negosyante at mga maliliit na negosyong tinetrain ng TESDA na attached agency ng DTI. Bakit nakakaltasan mula sa 1 bilyong piso sa 2019, sa 2020, 500, 2021, 500? Hindi ba ho, common sense, kailangan natin dagdagan? Hindi ba ho, kailangan natin lalong akayin at tulungan ang maliliit na negosyo na nagsara o naghihingalo dahil sa pandemya na hindi natin kagagawan, pero kaya po nating buhayin pag tinulungan ng pamahalaan na napakalaki ng pondo para mabuhay ang negosyo ng tao, para maibsan ang gutom na unprecedented ngayon na napakataas. Hindi dulot ng anumang politika o administrasyon, kundi dulot ng pandemya. Pero ang aakay sa pag-ahon sa gutom ng Pilipino ay pagbibigay ng suporta sa maliit na negosyong kanilang ginugol, inisip, pinaghirapan na namatay sa panahon ng pandemya. At kailangan lang ay mumunting tulong mula sa atin. So I do not accept the budget, Mr. President. I have done the budget before. It is possible with a smaller budget. It is even a bigger budget now by 500 million from the previous year's budget. But the MSME, OTOP is part of that. The SSF and other programs have been reduced. I do not understand the logic, Mr. Chair. Kong Zubiri, even your brother, Majority Leader Migs, you yourself, Kong Manoy, you would know what I mean. Your indigenous people, the weavers and the artisans of Region 10, the weavers and artisans of the island of Panay, they have the skills, we have the resources. Mangolekta lang po kami ng bariw sa aming bundok sa Antique. Gagawa na po kami ng bag at carpet. Kailangan lang namin karagdagang tools at tutulungan ng design center at i-link sa merkado. Pero sa panahon ngayon, halos namatay na lahat ng mga maliliit na industriya o enterprises. E paano po ito? E pinapatay natin sa napakaliit na budget eh. Hindi ko po maintindihan ang logic. Bakit binababaan sa panahon ng pandemya? I would like to receive not a generic political diplomatic answer, but the truth, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, I believe, Mr. Speaker, Madam DS, that 2019, natanggalan po ito, may pondo po ito. Is this for the shared services? Itong MSMEs, Assisted and Developed Programs, ma'am. I think na bumaba ito, no? Ng
500.
Yes. Yung sinole, because of COVID response, from 2,650,000 million, binawasan po ng 1.2 billion during the pandemic as COVID response. And then the 500 of that, of which is for the SSF. Yes. And then
let me just restate my question po. 2019, 1B, SSF. 2020, 500, 2021, to 500. This is part of COVID response. It is resuscitating the economy. The other item is MSME development. 90 million? What are we talking about? 90 million nationwide? Is this accurate, or am I not seeing the numbers correctly? I don't think it is fair to do this, Mr. President, to this agency, which is expected to revive micro enterprises. 91 million nationwide, compared to 2020 of 290 million. And I will say the same thing with health for COVID response. I will say the same thing for agriculture as we provide for sustainable agriculture productivity. So may I just know the reason why a measly 91 million is allocated for national efforts for MSME development and only 500 compared to the 1B of 2019 for shared services. Yun lang po. Wag po natin gagawin ng dahilan na ginamit sa bayanihan, because we're looking prospectively for next year's economy, where we hope to help the people in the hinterlands, those who have no access to the cities, so that they can have the tools and the necessary equipment to restart their micro businesses.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Diaz, natanggalan po sila ng 500 million. There was 1 billion, and then because of COVID response, they took away 500 million. And yes, you're right, kulang po. They should have given this back, but that is the reality of it all, ma'am. That is the answer given to me by the DTI team. That is why they're trying to restore the 500 million to bring it back to 1 billion, to be able to help during these COVID times. For
Let me just, Mr. Chair, I know, Kong Zubiri, I am with you. I know you are with me. I know you understand my frustration. If I was face to face with Secretary Mon, he would see my face. I wish we were in the gallery together as we used to in the Senate. However, I will not be happy and content with that answer. Together with you as chair, may I request you, I'm just one of 300 Kongs now, to spearhead the effort to restore it at least to the 2019 pre-COVID level, at the very, very least, because our total budget, as I said, has been increased anyway to 4.5 from 4.1 trillion. That's the least we could do to fund a law in 2008 which has helped the grassroots and rural economy.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Madam Diaz, yes, we are in agreement. Definitely, we want that restored back to its 1B level to be able to help the micro entrepreneurs. And this is what they are also fighting for, Madam Diaz. This is why the Secretary has requested for a bigger budget, and this will be included in their budget.
A new law, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, is another law I principally authored just recently in the Senate, and hoping that as Kong now, I would see its effective implementation, but I am disappointed that it's not given the value that it deserves, and that is the Innovation Act. May I know how the DTI is implementing this most important law? It is the age of innovation. And this is a law that somehow looked forward. It was done pre-COVID, but in a sense, it is prescient, and it addresses the needs of adjusting to a better normal and innovating with the use of technology and other sources for better times post-pandemic. I don't see in the budget how the Innovation Act is being implemented. I'm not talking about the Innovation Fund, which is lodged in NEDA, which the Secretary mentioned was not funded at all. So here's another unfunded law, which both houses of Congress deliberated on, discussed, and passed in due time. It is lauded even by the international community, but I do not see our executive department implementing it, Mr. Chair. Will this go down in the list of statistics of unfunded laws, Mr. Chair? This is Republic Act 11293, signed by the President a year and a half ago. This representation proudly authored it as principal author, and along with many congressmen and senators, former colleagues. It mandates the National Innovation Council. It will steer the whole of government collaboration into innovation governance. NEDA, the DOST, and the DTI are supposedly the lead agencies that will lead the country into our innovation governance. And so we have the IRR, pre-COVID, pre-lockdown. It was approved thanks to our secretaries of DOST, DTI, and NEDA and their staff. We appreciate that. In February 7, the IRR was approved. In crafting the NEP for 2021, I would have wanted to see innovation governance staring me in the face. I don't want to see the DTI budget as usual or the DOST budget as usual, but it's not here. I do not see innovation mainstream in a whole of government approach, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Diaz-Loren, right now, there's no budget for the innovation for RIICs, industry and startups. They're requesting for a 200 million budget. If given, then they will actively do their jobs in terms of the innovation process. But right now, what is happening is they're networking and advising all these people that are trying to get new businesses and new programs started. But there is no actual budget for this, Mr. Speaker, Madam Diaz.
Mr. Chair, may I know the breakdown of the 200 million of which you claim or the chair has said does not appear in the budget as implementation of innovation governance, with DTI as one of the 3 lead agencies of government?
They will submit it to you, Mr. Speaker, they will submit it to you. But as of now, this is what we have. RIIC's expansion, 24.9 million. Industry transformation, 105 million. Startup development, 113 million. Startup venture fund, 500 million, if given the possibility.
The Startup Venture Fund, will this be a lending institution or is it a grant? And will it go through the SB Corp as it is with MSMEs, or will it go to a government financial institution?
Mr. Speaker, Madam Diaz, the Startup Venture Fund will go through the NDC, National Development Corporation, and this will form as part of the equity for the new startups.
Will this new equity for startups, Mr. President, under the Startup Fund be grants to startups or is this a loan with no collateral and very low interest for startups, Mr. Chairman?
This will be part of the equity or I guess for the startup, but yung po sa GAA, yung industry transformation of 105 and the startup development for 113. This is what we have right now, Mr. Speaker, Madam Diaz.
Mr. Chair, may I know the sentiment of the department headed by my good friend, the Secretary, on the non-implementation of the Innovation Act? Or maaring hindi naniniwala ang departamento sa ating ginawang batas at ibabasura na lang ito dahil hindi pinupunduhan? I just want to know, Mr. President, because these well thought of laws, if unfunded, will go to naught, and ito po ay magbibigay lang ng empty hope sa ating mga tao at hindi naman mapopondohan. What is the use of legislating if we do not operationalize and fund it? May I know the sentiment of the DTI, whether they are in favor of this, but during our hearings in the Senate then, they seem to be supportive, and that is the reason why they're one of 3 implementing agencies. But why is there no funding for implementation of this new law whose time has come for innovation governance in our country?
Mr. Speaker, Madam Diaz, this will be used to modernize their equipment and to be used to, I guess, modernize everything that they have right now, kung may pondo po. Pero ngayon, wala pong pondo, hindi po sila makakagalaw.
Research and development, Mr. Chair, is at the heart of innovation. And this would include, of course, robotics and everything. And this is the way forward. This is the post-pandemic recovery. Aside from health issues, agricultural productivity issues, support for micro-enterprises, and innovation and research and development are at the core of post-pandemic recovery for our economy. That is what I believe in. That is the reason why this law was enacted. And I am glad that the IRR was signed just before lockdown. I was simply hoping that I would see the implementation and the financing of this law when I see the NEP in the 3 agencies of government tasked to implement it. I must say that I am downhearted to see that and to hear that it is not funded. I will probably have to wait for the 2022 budget, or perhaps as chair, Mr. Chairman, my esteemed colleague from Mindanao, if you will, as chair of this important committee, go with me in trying to lead the way to restore and to allocate a fund to implement this new law in the new norm. If you agree, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
By the way, your brother was my co-author, and Senator Joel Villanueva as well, and they feel very strongly about this.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Diaz Lauren, yes, I am with you. Definitely, innovation is key to industrialization. We know for a fact that is very important, but we need the fund. Definitely, they are with us, and they will help us, help our countrymen. But now, we do institutional networking, but that is about it. Without any budget, as I've said, they cannot move. But they want to innovate, but I think it takes money and time if we do want to innovate. This becomes even more crucial as we enter the new normal use of new technologies and innovation. Innovation would be crucial to build more resilient, inclusive industry development. So these are coming from the department heads of the DTI, and they are with you. They are one with you. The only thing is, wala na po silang pondo and they're just trying to make do with what they have. Mr. Speaker.
Magsasabi lang po ako ng maikli lang na ehemplo ng innovation. Straw innovation, for example. They developed a system for collecting and using rice straw to make biogas and fertilizer. Pangalawa po, circular solutions, a biodigester system that does not require a lot of space and can be installed within a day. Their goal is to promote the concept of the circular economy, another bill I filed, and to provide technical support to institutions to develop effective and efficient programs on resource management. Nandyan yung Light of Hope, trying to address the energy poverty situation in far-flung areas in Cebu by distributing do-it-yourself night lamps. So marami pong mga maliliit. Kasi po, cross-cutting ito eh. Ang micro-enterprises ay start-up din. At sila din po ang makikinabang sa innovation. At ang makikinabang po dito, ang mga lugar, gaya ng Bukidnon, gaya po ninyo, gaya po ng amin sa Panay, sa kabundukan at sa mga hinterlands na may kakulangan po sa oportunidad. Kaya po, minarapat natin na suportahan at i-author. And let me just say before I end, that this was not a refiled measure. This innovation law was the output that I gathered from all those who participated in APEC. It was an original bill we filed right after APEC. Sayang naman po na ipasa natin itong batas na ito kung hindi po mamarapatin at bibigyan ng halaga ng ating eksekutibo at popondohan at more than the funding, understand its importance in promoting research and development and information in the grassroots and to steer our rural local economy. It would be such a waste because there are many young people, millennials with startups who are just dying to use their brains for innovation. I've said too much and I don't want to stress the point too much. It just tires me, Mr. Chair, to see a budget that is not reflective of post-pandemic response and recovery that is attuned with innovation, that is attuned with the circular economy, that is attuned with the support for micro-enterprises, the backbone of our economy. That is the reason why we have debates like this, so that you as chair can help steer us towards a post-pandemic recovery and a response that is more responsive to the needs of our people. It should not be budget as usual. I've said my piece. I am not certain if the chair agrees with me. I tried to pour out my heart as author of the Innovation Act and the MSME law and many more, but I am certain that the DTI family, as we used to in the past 5 years, would agree. I wish we were face-to-face. I wish I had the power to put back your 500 million. That was time immemorial. But with the chair believing in what we said, perhaps the leadership of Speaker Cayetano and Chair Eric and DSL Ray, who I am certain would agree with putting funds to a new law in the better norm. I am grateful to the chair. He tried his best, but I must confess that I am not completely content with the answers, not because of the lack of answer of the chair, but because I wanted positive action and a commitment to restore the funding support. And I'm not speaking from my district. I speak as a national leader who believes that laws must be implemented for the betterment of the people who have been most affected by the pandemic. With that, I submit, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, I would collaborate with the chair in amending the budget in the House level. Let's not wait for the Senate to bring it back. Perhaps in the gap, we can go beyond the district amendments and do national amendments for this most important piece of legislation. I thank you for your patience, and I wish the best for the DTI family, whom I've worked with for many, many years, and I will support you as always. Keep safe. God bless. Maraming salamat po sa inyo.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Honorable Perdigaite of Bayan Muna Party List for his interpellation. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Ferdinand Gaite is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Salamat po sa ating mga kapita-pitaga, mga kasamahan sa Kongreso, sa ating mga panauhin at sa pamilya ng DTI at sa ating kagalang-galang na sponsor ng budget ng DTI. May mailan po katanungan o pahintulutan po ng ating sponsor, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Congressman Gaite, yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Yes, okay, salamat po. Nabasa ko yung CTBRD budget, agency budget notes, and they placed a very telling analysis. Sinabi po na dahil na nga sa COVID, talagang downturn ang ating ekonomiya. At sinasabi ngayon ng gobyerno, ang mga ilang paraan para maisalba yung ating ekonomiya ay palakasin yung mga batayang sektor, lalo na yung micro and small, medium scale enterprises. Pero as you've already presented, and I hear the frustration of our colleagues in Congress, I hear the very emotional and very pointed specific concerns raised by DS Loren Garda. Marami siyang concerns regarding the budget. Bumaba ang budget ng DTI. Tanong, seryoso ba talaga yung gobyerno na i-address yung problema ng ekonomiya by, sabi nga ng CTBRD, is it really serious in addressing the economic problems of our country and our countrymen? Seryoso ba by lowering the budget of DTI, which is responsible for the trade and industry of our country? So, Mr. Chair, ano ba ang tingin nyo dyan? Sumasang-ayon ba kayo? Ibaba pa ang budget ng DTI, lalo na sa panahon ng pandemya, Mr. Chair?
Yung sagot po dyan, Mr. Speaker, I think seryoso naman po yung gobyerno kasi tayo po, gobyerno din tayo, magtulungan po tayo, no? Kung ano po yung problema natin, kung budget po ng DTI, kasi yung sinabi ko po, ekonomiya at saka health po yung problema natin ngayon, 2020, so magtulungan po tayo, dito po, the power of the purse, no? Kung mali po yung budget na binigay po sa DTI, kulang, dagdagan po natin dito sa plenaryong ito, no? O dito sa kongresong ito, Mr. Speaker, Congressman Gaite. But definitely, palakasin po natin yung MSMEs, especially during this time of pandemic. We really need to show support to the MSMEs by reflecting the budget in terms of lahat ng mga support services para sa kanila at saka yung pang-utang, importante po, no? Pang-utang. Kasi alam po nila yung kanilang negosyo, better than all of us, yung problema talaga yung pondo, no? Na makaabot sa kanila. So basically, this is it, Mr. Speaker and Congressman Gaite.
Salamat po. At tama po, no? Talagang sa panahon ngayon, ito naman ang priorities natin, health, yung problema ng ating kalusugan sa harap ng pandemya. Pero talagang hindi, not far behind, should be addressing the impact of the COVID-19, lalo na sa ekonomiya, lalo na sa ating mga manggagawa. Nasabi mismo ng study ng ADB sa survey nila, ang talagang negatively impacted ay yung mga MSMEs, no? Na obviously walang economies of scale, mas maikli ang PC, umaasa lamang sa mabilis na pagbalik ng kanilang kapital. Pero dahil nga sa pagtumal ng negosyo, maraming yung demand for the products and services have actually not only slowed down, and some, as you've observed, nagsarado na nga. Kaya doon na sa ang point ko lang po, tama na dapat dagdagan ng pondo ang DTI, lalo na sa usapin ng pagtulong sa ating mga maliliit na mga negosyante para makatulong sa pag-revive ng ekonomiya. And that should be a priority and it should have been reflected in the budget. Hindi dapat i-reduce, dapat nga nilakihan. Pero tanong ko lang, Mr. Chair, ako'y laging intent sa issue ng ating mga manggagawa. For the past several years, we have had very yung unfilled positions, no? Since the data of the city parties only from 2019. But I remember, nasa bandang 17.7% ang unfilled positions sa buong DTI. And I think necessarily, importante ito kasi how will services be delivered? For example, for the past several years, the Design Center of the Philippines had unfilled positions of 80.8%. Practically 20% lang ng kanilang workforce ang nandyan dyan. And I think Senator Congressman Loren Legarda pointed out na importante yung tulong ng iba't ibang government of iba't ibang attached agencies under the DTI. And I saw the products. In the last hearing, I was very proud to see yung local produce natin and yung tulong nga ng DTI, lalo na sa pag-improve ng design to make it more competitive. Bakit po ba hanggang ngayon, na parang consistent, nasa ganung 17.7% ang 17.3 in 2019, 17.7 in 2020, then again in 2021. We provide a budget for this. This translates to about 1,500 positions. Hindi ba dapat mismo ang gobyerno, kung ang matumal ang ekonomiya, gobyerno nga ang dapat isa siyang tagapanguna sa pag-hires, lalo na sa panahon ng pandemya. Tulad ng nangyari ng mga nakaraang mga krisis sa daigdig, yung Great Depression. Government ang mag-initiate ng employment. At hindi simpleng employment. The employees will provide a genuine service which will be multiplying in terms of other services to the people, lalo na sa ating ekonomiya. Ano pong tingin ng ating galang-galang na sponsor sa usapin nitong ang mababang rate ng empleo? Bakit double digit pa rin hanggang ngayon, Mr. Chair, Mr. Sponsor?
Okay. Mr. Speaker, Congressman Gaite, this is with regards to the Design Center of the Philippines. Right now, 17% po yung unfilled positions. By end year, meron tayong mga 50 packs. Kulang pa po, no? Ang kailangan tulungan, no? At saka mabigyan ng trabaho. Pero sigurado po, sisikap po sila na makuan po ito, no? Matatapos, mabigyan po itong trabaho, itong posisyon na almost 18% po na wala pang trabahante doon sa Design Center of the Philippines. Mr. Speaker, Congressman Gaite.
Yes, Mr. Chair, sana po talagang pabilisin natin ito. No? Hindi lang sa usapin ng empleyo ng mga manggagawa, whether DCP yan, TESDA, or other attached offices. No? Dahil nabanggit na yung pangangailangan ng pagbibigay ng serbisyo. Hindi gagana kahit anong opisina pa yan, kahit lagyan mo na napakaraming budget. Kung walang aktual na manggagawa o kawani na magpo-provide ng service na yan, mananatiling nakatenga ang pondo ng ating opisina. At nananawagan ako ulit, and I made this manifestation even during the 2020 budget deliberations, na hindi dapat manatili na ganito ang unfilled position sa any government agency. I think a single digit unfilled position percentage would be acceptable. But a double digit, I don't think that is a reflective of good management of an agency, and more so yung BCP nga 80%. Although binanggit nyo bumaba na, but still this is still a concern, considering na it provides, I believe, many of the offices under the DTI provide a great service to our various enterprises. Finally po, meron lang po rin akong tanong na natanong ko rin po sa ating union sa DTI EU, at meron lang po silang mga ilang gusto ma-raise dahil in providing services, lalo na sa panahon ng pandemya, ano po bang ginagawa nating proteksyon para sa atyado? Kasi balita ko, frontliners din talaga yung ating DTI employees, especially those in the enforcement, no? Mga nag-enforce ng price monitoring, yung Bureau of Philippine Standards, and others. So they must ensure that even in the time of pandemic, yung functions ng DTI should not be impeded. So, and yet, ang problem nila is they have to go dun sa sites, sa mga empresa, sa price monitoring. So, hindi pwedeng i-zoom yan. Kailangan nila actual na pumunta sa mga tindahan at iba pa, no? Ano ho bang ginagawa natin sa DTI in terms of protection for our employees, lalo na dun sa nasa frontline services? Meron bang ina-allocate na resources ang DTI para sa ating mga empleyado? Mr. Chair, Mr. Sponsor.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, Congressman Gaite, I believe yung SRP po, yung sinusunod nila, what they're doing, Congressman Gaite, is mataas naman po yung compliance rate. They have a high compliance rate in terms of following the SRPs, no, nationwide. Wala naman po. I think yung mga profiteers, as I've mentioned earlier, over 500 po yung naaresto, no? And they're trying their best to make sure that all the SRPs are being followed and the prices are not being abused. Ito po yung nandito po harap ko po si Yusek Cruz, no, sa Consumer Protection, at saka po nandito po si Secretary Mon Lopez. Talagang sinusunod po nila and continuous po yung price monitoring, kasi alam po nila na importante po ito, no, na hindi po mabigyan ng abuso yung mga presyo ng mga basic goods natin. Mr. Speaker, Congressman Gaite.
Yes, salamat po sa input, sa information. Ang concern ko po, Mr. Chair, liban doon, ay yung nabanggit ko yung mga kawani ng DTI na nagmo-monitor at nag-check ng nagpa-price monitoring. Sila rin ay nalalagay sa panganib, sa risk, dahil required na sila mismo, I believe, would have to go out in the field to monitor these violations, possible violations ng SRP at iba pa. Na nabanggit yun, may 500 na huli o nakita nag-violate. Does the DTI provide PPEs to our personnel who are in the field? Ano pang are they given? Are they tested? 19. By the way, ang tanong ko rin, what is the extent of COVID infections in our employees in the DTI? So these are concerns of the workers, because they too want to serve but they have to contend with the problem, the real problem of the pandemic. Kasi na-text rin sa akin, may mga problema pa rin, hindi mga benefits, hindi rin natatanggap. Example po, yung kanilang hazard pay na ni-request nila, yung kanilang PBB, performance-based bonus, na since 2018 ay hindi pa natatanggap. May request sila for increase in uniform allowance. So these items will help, especially in the time of COVID. Lahat tayo apektado, but the employees who have to be in the front line in providing services under the DTI, under official capacity, sila rin sana tulungan at sana makita rin natin, nagre-reflect doon sa how DTI in their mandate to support and help the trade and industry in our country, paano rin natin tinutulungan yung ating staff, yung ating mga employees nationwide. Sana po makita rin ito, lalo na ngayon na nabanggit na kanina, talagang dapat itulak at suportahan natin yung ating sariling ekonomiya, yung ating industriya. And I believe many of our employees play a role in ensuring that these services are delivered. So ano ho bang pwede nating makita ngayon in terms of budget? Considering na lumit pa nga, pero ako ay nanawagan na dapat palakihin talaga. Ano ho bang ginagawa nating paraan para yung nabanggit at proteksyon sa ating mga manggagawa sa loob ng DTI, lahat ng attached agencies, lahat ng mga offices, ay mag-reflect sa budget for 2021, Mr. Chair, Mr. Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, Congressman Gaite, I believe that yung practice po ng DTI, kung nandun po sila, nag-check po, nagmo-monitor ng mga SRPs po ng mga consumer goods natin, naglalagay po sila ng face shield, face mask, nagdadala po sila ng alcohol, at saka iba po yung service nila. It is a private vehicle that they use to service the employees. Tapos ngayon, ating mga ROs like HO provide PPEs, alcohol, and shuttle service. DTI fields personnel, they are the most shielded group in DTI. Ito yung mga PPEs, may hazard pay, may mga vitaminas pa po. Meron pong mga vitamins na binibigay po yung departamento para sa kanila. And some of the others are even given extra allowances po. Ito po yung practice nila. So, tama po yan. That's very important. They are at risk. They are also our frontliners. Let us do our mandate, mag-oversight po tayo, not only for DTI, but for all the other agencies, kung talagang tinutulungan po nila to protect themselves. All the other agencies out there that risk themselves to provide service to our country, to our countrymen nationwide. Mr. Speaker,
salamat.
Congressman Gaite.
Yes, salamat Mr. Chair, salamat Mr. Sponsor, at we are pleased to know that the DTI is addressing the concerns of our employees, and hopefully yung ating generally yung ating mamamayan, in providing the basics, the mandate of DTI, and sana rin wag nating lagi makalimutan yung ating mga frontliners na government workers who are also victims of this pandemic, and hopefully doon in the proper time we can introduce amendments for the increase in the budget of the DTI. So yun lang po, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po sa ating DTI family, sa ating colleagues sa Kongreso, at iba pa nating kasamahan sa hapong ito. Salamat po.
Maraming po salamat, Speaker and Congressman Gaite.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Mark Go of Baguio City for his interpellation. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Mark Go is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Majority Leader, our sponsor. I have some questions to our sponsor, with the help, of course, of our Secretary of the Department of Trade and Industry. This is about one of the attached agencies of DTI, and this is the SB Corporation, or the Small Business Corporation. In the budget of 2021, you have included another 1.5 billion, which is basically the same as the budget in 2020. I would like to find out whether this budget is for loans to our MSMEs, or it's for their operating the corporation, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
This is all for loans, Mr. Speaker, Congressman Marco.
And this is on top of the budget. If this is for loans, this is on top of the budget of the Office of the Secretary in terms of organizational outcome. Under Operation 003, the SMEs assisted and developed as by a budget of 2.2 billion in 2021, and supposedly it should have a budget of 2.6 billion in 2020, but because of the NBC 580, this was reduced to 1.4 billion. I would like to find out if this amount of 2.2 will also be used to give loans to our MSMEs, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, Congressman Go, part of this will go to the OTOP, our programs, and all the other SSF and all the other facilities and programs of the DTI. This will not be part of the loans, Mr. Speaker. Congressman Marco.
Okay, so how much do we ask for more for the SBC loans that we will give to our people? The budget is 1.5 billion. How much more, or what was the original proposal of DTI that was probably denied by the Department of Budget? I would like to find out how much the original budget.
What was approved, Mr. Speaker, Congressman Mark Go, what was approved was 1.5 billion. They are requesting for another 1.5 billion for SB Corp. These are all for loans for the MSMEs.
Of course, I would like to understand, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, that these are not going to be grants given to our SBC Corporation. These will be loans to SBC Corporation that will be used to be given to our borrowers from the MSMEs. Am I correct with that assumption, Mr. Sponsor?
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Speaker. Congressman Go, that is 100% correct.
Yes. Well, under Republic Act 11494, this is the Bayanihan 2, it is provided in this approved law that we will be giving 10 billion pesos to SBC under the CARES program. Is this not sufficient if this will be given to SBC for loans to our MSMEs?
As of the moment, Mr. Speaker, Congressman Go, 6 billion went to the tourism companies, and then 4 billion went to the more or less the MSMEs in general, and these are the ones that the DTI are helping. But 6 billion went to more or less the micro, small, and medium enterprises, but 6 billion of which is in the tourism industry.
So, in other words, this amount is not sufficient to address the concerns of our economy in terms of stimulating the economy by helping our MSMEs. Am I correct with that statement, Mr. Sponsor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Congressman Mark Go. According to our DTI family, that the 10 billion is not enough. That is why they're requesting for an additional 1.5 billion from the another 1.5 billion from the original 1.5 that was or is granted to them.
Mr. Sponsor, I will support the additional 1.5 billion to be given to the SBC. However, I would like to ask at this point, because when I reviewed the performance of SBC and at the same time the interest rate that they charge, right now they have this three-piece program which is pondo para sa pagbabago. And they are charging 1.5% per month interest. And I would like to find out, nakalagay pa rito, this is nominal interest, and they have identified 353 conduit institutions who will directly give loans to other MSMEs. Is it possible, Mr. Sponsor, if we can request our chair of the SBC and of course, our Secretary of Trade in this industry to look at this interest? It's 1.5% per month. And the sad fact of the matter is they compare it with the 5-6 interest. And I think it should not be that way. So I would recommend that this interest rate that will be charged to SMEs or MSMEs should be reduced, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Congressman Mark Go, the 1.5% was the original program. I think that is still continuing, and we need to deliberate on that very carefully and make sure that our people are not being taken advantage of, especially the small microfinance entrepreneurs. But the new Bayanihan program is a total of 6%, I believe, with 6 months of leeway, or meaning to say 6 months of 6 months of grace period. So in effect, it is 4% per annum, Mr. Speaker, Congressman Mark Go. But I am with you in terms of looking into the interest rates from the old program, because I believe conduits are part of the program, and we need to review this, and we need to understand it more carefully and see where we can cut the interest rates for the common good of our people.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, I think it's very important that we look at the interest, especially when we approve this particular budget for the SB Corporation. I would suggest if they can adopt the same interest rate used under the Bayanihan 2, that would be good for our MSMEs, because after all, the conditions even next year will be almost the same in terms of business prospects and probably the conditions of our economy. So I would like to state that I support the increase of the budget of the Department of Trade and Industry. That will really help our economy, and at the same time, particularly the MSMEs and the other industries in the country. We need to ensure that those that are here already will continue doing business in the country, and those who are not with us will be attracted to come to the country. And of course, this would require a lot of efforts on the part of the Department of Trade and Industry. Having said that, that would mean also that we need to really increase the budget of the Department of Trade and Industry. So, Mr. Chair, at this point, I would like to manifest that in the proper time, we'll make the appropriate motion to increase the budget of the Department of Trade and Industry, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Congressman Mark Go.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Representative Ace Barbers of the 2nd District of Surigao del Norte. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Ace Barbers is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. May I know if the gentleman from Bukidnon, a good friend, is willing to answer to a few clarificatory questions?
Definitely, Mr. Speaker. I'm ready to hear my good friend Ace Barbers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the distinguished sponsor, at the onset, let me just state for the record that this representation, Mr. Speaker, joins the distinguished sponsor and all of our colleagues in the expression of dismay in the reduction of the budget of the DTI. As we all know, and as aptly pointed out by some of our colleagues, DTI actually handles the backbone of the Philippine economy. And having said that, I feel, Mr. Speaker, that dapat lamang siguro na bigyan pa ng mas malaki-laking budget o hindi kaya ay i-restore yung budget na nawala sa kanila. So, again, Mr. Speaker, having said that, let me now go on with my clarificatory questions that I'd like to ask the distinguished sponsor. This pertains, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, doon sa usapin tungkol sa negosyo centers. No? Pardon my ignorance, Your Honor. I've been reading and hearing about negosyo centers. What exactly is a negosyo center?
Mr. Speaker, Congressman Ace Barbers, to be technical about it, sir, as mandated by RA 10644 or the Go Negosyo Act, negosyo centers are to be established to promote ease of doing business, facilitate access to services for MSMEs within their jurisdiction. They also facilitate and expedite the business application process of MSMEs in coordination with LGUs and other concerned agencies.
So basically, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, the negosyo center is a center where business ideas are consolidated, as well as businesses that needs to be, shall we say, i-process yung mga requirements under the law. This is what negosyo center is all about. Am I correct, distinguished sponsor?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Speaker.
So there is nothing in the negosyo center concept that promotes a type of business.
Not necessarily, Mr. Speaker. They can assist and maybe conceptualize, but it is to promote businesses, no? And to assist those who are trying to put up new businesses to help them create their business.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I'm quite impressed with the rationale and the idea of putting up these kinds of centers in order for businesses to thrive not just in the metropolis, but also in other parts of the country. For instance, let me ask Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, anong negosyo ng negosyo center ang natulungan sa, let's say for instance, in Bukidnon, in the district of the distinguished sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, Congressman Ace, sa amin po yung coffee, pag-repack po ng coffee, yung mga produkto, no? Added value items like banana chips, corn chips, pineapple chips, all the food items and all the jams and all the other food items that are being manufactured, sila po ang nagtutulong po sa amin, no? In terms of even repackaging and giving them ideas on how to go about selling their products, added value products.
So basically, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, this largely depends on the product of a certain town, yung what the OTOP is all about. Tama po ba?
Tama po yan, Mr. Speaker.
For instance, in my district, in Surigao, most of the products there are actually marine products and mineral products. Am I correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor?
Tama po yan, Mr. Speaker, Congressman Ace, tama po yan.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, the reason why I ask what Negosyo Center is all about is because perhaps it would be worthwhile also to consider part of the concept of the Negosyo Center to include the research of, say, for instance, if you're going to ask me now, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, what product does my district have? I would easily answer you by saying it's all about marine. But there could be other products that could be perhaps agricultural products that could be developed and, shall we say, maybe sold in the market soon, only if we will be backed up by research and further studies on this. I think it is the Department of Trade and Industry that should give the thriving businessmen in the far-flung areas of the country, no? Siguro dapat mabigyan sila ng idea kung ano yung mga negosyong pwede nilang pasukan at pwede nilang i-develop.
Tama po yan, Mr. Speaker, Congressman Ace, yes, that is true and correct.
Well, thank you, distinguished sponsor, for your in agreement with this representation, because after asking all these questions about negosyo centers, I'd like to be clarified, on the idea of, is there a policy by the Department of Trade and Industry, a national policy at that promotes Buy Filipino concept? Is there anything of that sort?
Program, campaign, to encourage buy local.
Meron po tayo dito programa, no? Not primarily to mandate our people, no, to buy local, but meron po tayong mga for example, yung mga stores natin na buy local, it promotes. But kulang po tayo sa, to be honest and to be candid, kulang po tayo sa polisiya, especially now during the pandemic. The only way that we will survive, Mr. Speaker, Congressman Barbers, we need to buy local. That is the only way. Because if we continue to import and continue to be a net importer of a lot of items, this will not balance out. The demand is there, marami po tayong Pinoy na bumibili. The supply is there, but if we continue to import, masisira po yung supply and demand po dito sa bansa po natin. And I am with agreement with you. I know more or less where you're driving at, sir. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, it looks like there must be some aggressive efforts, on the part of the national government in really promoting the Buy Filipino concept. If this is the only way that the country, how much, by the way, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, is the percentage contribution of the export, Philippine export to our GDP? Do we have any idea on this?
Export.
Yeah, export.
About 15%, Mr. Speaker, Congressman Ace.
Okay,
15%.
and out of that 15%, which particular industry has the biggest contribution in this 15%?
Mr. Speaker, Congressman Ace, it is electronics. More than half of it is electronics. That's
Electronics.
Electronics, yes.
So, electronics, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, is in fact a product not inherent in the country. It's just that there is an industry that we assemble these electronics and then export it out. Am I correct?
That is true and correct, Mr. Speaker, Congressman Ace. Yes.
So if that is the case, there could be still a lot of room for the country to look at products that we can export more than perhaps the electronic sector. What I'm saying, let me move fast forward to the mining industry. My district is a mining district. And Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, mining has a measly contribution of, if I'm not mistaken, less than 1% of our GDP at the moment. So this is one area that we can probably look into. Siguro, if we compare the Philippine mining industry's contribution to the GDP, it's just say 1%. But in countries like Australia, Canada, they've given more. Australia has a 5% contribution to its, a 7% contribution to its GDP, and Australia has 5% contribution to its GDP. So marami pa ho tayong products that we can look at for the country to be exporting in the future, because this is the only way, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, that we can promote jobs, generate revenues, and generate taxes. We cannot anymore rely on the number of BPOs or perhaps more Filipinos going out as OFWs and send back their precious dollars to our economy just to let this economy survive. There must be some stimulus in the national government that we do own. What I'm saying, kung ano yung produkto natin, yun siguro ang dapat nating tutukang i-export. Maybe garments, maybe the nice pinya barong and barong Tagalog of material used in the barong Tagalog of the distinguished sponsor can likewise be exported. So, that's the policy that we want to see, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. And there must be some aggressive efforts in promoting such. Do you agree with me, Mr. Speaker?
I totally agree, Mr. Speaker. I am one with Congressman Ace Barbers with his push to export more rather than to import more. So better to be an net exporter than a net importer.
But because the country is a net importer at the moment. In fact, even rice and chicken we import. So at the moment, the country is a net importer. So there is a disparity in the balance between the export and the import sectors, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, Congressman Ace, actually, that's why we need to increase the capacity, in terms of, I guess, whether it's production, new equipment, we go semi-mechanized or fully mechanized to bring up the capacity of our lands and our industries, and at the same time, all the other manufacturing sectors of our country. So definitely, yes, we are one with you, but they need support, Mr. Speaker, Congressman Ace. With support, it means money, more money, especially for the Trade Department. They cannot move with a meager budget, Mr. Speaker, Congressman Ace.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. Going back to the Buy Filipino movement, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, the government is the biggest buyer of goods. And annually, even in the National Expenditure Program, you will see hundreds of billions of pesos spent on MOOEs. Am I correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor?
That is true and correct, Mr. Speaker.
And part of the MOOE expenditure are items that are needed by the national government and its agencies, as well as the local government units in the performance and function of their offices. Is that correct, Mr. Speaker?
That is true and correct, Mr. Speaker.
So, for instance, papel, no? Paper. I believe that paper is also being imported by our country. Large chunk of the paper requirement is exported by the Philippine government. No? But in the past, PICOP, which operates in the district of our distinguished Deputy Speaker Johnny Pimentel, which produces paper, has been closed for the last several decades and has not been producing paper at the moment. So since there is a big demand for paper, for instance, it's just an example, maybe we can look at all these industries that are sluggish and then try to revive them, Mr. Speaker. Am I correct to say that, Your Honor, distinguished sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, Congressman Ace, I believe it is possible, more than possible, especially now during the pandemic. We can even come out with a bill, make it into law, that especially for government to buy local products. I mean, it is our choice. Do we want to survive or do we want to go underneath? But we all have to be united in making sure that these policies are made, especially because of the pandemic now. And I believe a lot of countries are doing so, Mr. Speaker, Congressman Ace.
Yeah, rightly and aptly said, Mr. Speaker. The distinguished sponsor agrees that there is perhaps a necessity to pass a bill or pass a law to this effect. And this representation, together with the distinguished sponsor, will be more than willing to look at it and even sponsor it. Is that correct?
That's true and correct, Mr. Speaker, Congressman Ace. I'm with you, definitely.
Another perhaps example, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, you will see in our national budget annually that we buy vehicles. And this amounts to billions of pesos as well. Now, I'm not saying that the Philippines will start producing vehicles, but hopefully soon, no? Just like what Indonesia and Malaysia did. No? But we can assemble vehicles for government use. No? Let's say, for instance, government, Philippine National Police or Armed Forces of the Philippine personnel transporters, yung mga trucks that brings policemen from one place to another, this could be assembled here. But it seems that we're buying from big manufacturers like Isuzu, Mitsubishi, if only an industry that will be well subsidized and supported by the national government, and national government compels all its agencies to buy only from these manufacturers, then maybe we can, stimulate activity in this particular industry, Mr. Speaker. Do you agree with me, Mr. Speaker?
I totally agree, Mr. Speaker. Case in point, Congressman Ace, if we don't have the capacity to build our own brand locally, not yet, maybe we can purchase items that are assembled, specific, not brand, for example, Toyota or Mitsubishi, for as long as it's 100% assembled in our country, then we will buy that specific unit, that specific brand for our agencies. We can compel them to do that, Mr. Speaker.
At least, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, there is a direction that the government will take. If this becomes a law, this will then compel all the national government agencies and local government units to patronize and buy locally produced products, from paper clips to paper to even perhaps maybe soon staple wires, or even boots of armed forces of the Philippines and Philippine National Police to be done in Marikina and all these manufacturing centers. And only then, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, that we can really provide jobs for our countrymen. Kasi yun lang ang ating our economy is the biggest net importer. We are all dependent on BPOs and OFWs. But soon, maybe if we come up with the right direction, with some aggressive push from the department to really patronize the locally produced products, then maybe that could be the answer to our economic woes. Am I correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor?
That is true and correct, Mr. Speaker, Congressman Ace. This will also stimulate the local demand. Actually, my demand, we are 110 million people. There is a big market for any and every country that comes into the Philippines. Why not keep that demand local? Why don't we purchase all local? The DTI is an advocate of buying local. Very, very specific yung kanilang mga branding. Tumutulong po sila sa branding. Sa buy local, in all the malls, no? In almost all the malls, meron po sila yung buy local na stand, and you could see the goods from all over the country. And if we can do it in a bigger scale, and I guess we mandate them to our countrymen to do it in terms of providing the proper laws and policies, then definitely it will work. This is the only way to go, Mr. Speaker, Congressman Ace.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker. I will not delve any more on the issue of the MSMEs because this has already been exhaustively discussed by the previous interpellators. And it's just that this representation would just want to see that the department aggressively push for the Buy Filipino movement, in this case, Mr. Speaker, my distinguished sponsor. But I guess that would be it. I'd just like to state for the record, Mr. Speaker, that the distinguished sponsor was convincing enough to this representation in all his answers to my questions, which proves a point, Mr. Speaker, that this gentleman from Bukidnon is better than Senator Mig Subiri. That's all, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon.
Marami pong salamat, Mr. Speaker, Congressman Ace. Best friend. Best friend ngayon.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Ferdinand Gaite of Bayan Muna Party List. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I move to recognize the Honorable Kaloy Sarate of Bayan Muna Party List.
Honorable Carlos Sarate is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pare po bang magtanong sa ating kagalang-galang na sponsors para sa budget na ating pinag-uusapan ngayon?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Congressman Kaloy, yes?
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, I fully support the stand of our colleagues who previously interpellated the sponsor. That indeed, if you look at the budget of DTI and several other agencies for that matter, we cannot see that this is a budget that will truly answer the #1 problem of the country now, even the world, no? Which is the crisis aggravated by the COVID-19 pandemic. No? And truly disheartening na ang sinasabi ng mga ekonomista, ng mga political observers, the biggest lesson that we learn, no, and still is trying to cope with it in this pandemic, is that the fact, no, na dapat we will place as #1 priority our own local economy. And if we speak of local economy, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, you were saying earlier, and I agree, that the MSME, ito yung tawag nila gulugod, no? Dito nakasandig ng malaki ang ating ekonomiya. No? Dahil the MSMEs employs more than the big corporations in terms of numbers, and even their participation in the revenue generation. Okay. But during this pandemic, ang talagang dumapa at ang iba hindi pa nga nakatayo hanggang ngayon are MSMEs. Yet, in our budget, that is not reflective, no? Na gusto nating tulungan, na gusto nating buhayin ang ating ekonomiya. So I fully agree with our colleagues, no? Na there is disconnect here in this kind of budget. So this is not the budget to recover, to rebound, whatever R is that, no? Because it's not reflective in the budget. So, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, today, just to drive home the point, know how the magnitude of this COVID-19 pandemic problem, the last province standing is no longer there. No? The last of the Mohicans, so-called, is no longer there. Because Batanes, the only COVID-free province, is now infected with COVID. No? Meron na silang isang kaso today, that's confirmed. No? Because of a locally stranded individual na umuwi sa Batanes. So, ibig sabihin, lahat na ng probinsya ngayon ay meron ng COVID-19. And that is also being reflected sa daily reportage. So again, that's the problem. Second, in the news this morning, I saw a, what's this? Construction company. Nagbukas sila. Tapos, tinago ng kumpanyang yan, 1 week na pala, meron ng mga nag-positive, may mga symptoms na ang mga empleyado niya. And when the local government found out, it was too late. No? Nagkaroon na ng malawakang transmission doon sa lugar. It's in Batangas. Why I cited these two instances, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker? Malaki ang papel ng DTI dito. No? Sinasabi ng DTI, and DTI is a member of IATF, no? One of the major part ng IATF. Kailangan buksan na natin ang ekonomiya. Nahihirapan na ang mamamayan. Hindi nakakayanin ng gobyerno na magbigay ng ayuda. Kailangan buksan na ang ekonomiya. Good. But the downside of this, tinutulak nating buksan na ang ekonomiya, hindi natin dinahanda ang ating mga manggagawa. No? Pinapasok sila. Meron bang suporta na nagmumula sa halimbawa doon sa usapin ng sige, buksan nyo yung ekonomiya niya, pero gawing mandatory na mag-test kayo. Not rapid test, but the standards that we know that is required. No? So, yun yung isang nakikita nating problema, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Magbukas na kayo ang ekonomiya, pero isang sektor ng ekonomiya na hindi natin tinutulak, bumalik na dapat ang transportasyon, lalong-lalo na dito sa Metro Manila. You know how difficult it is without good transportation, without the public transportation, nahihirapan ang ating mga manggagawa. Ang palaging nahihirapan dito ay ang mga mahihirap, ang mga manggagawa. No? So, this is the disconnect. No? And I hope, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, no, through the good sponsor of this budget, it can be relayed to the agencies. No? Sinasabi natin, ito ang malaking problema, at this was cited by my colleagues, there are a lot of budget allocation dito sa 2021 budget na hindi kailangan. May gera, pero ang gera natin dito, itong pandemya ng COVID. Pero merong 19 billion na nandoon sa isang task force, not even a line agency, a task force, National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict. 19 billion. They can distribute A maximum of 20 million per barangay. For what? Kung anong gusto. Tubig, palibing, at kung ano-anong mga proyekto. No? It's a pork barrel, pure and simple, no, na pinamimigay ng task force na ito. Why not realign this? Kanina, the Deputy Speaker, Lauren Legarda, lamented why a budget of 1 billion before is now cut to half at 500,000. 1 billion before pre-COVID, but now, post-COVID, we will only allocate 500 million. So talagang grave disconnect, no? Hindi maintindihan ng mamamayan yan. So I hope, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, this is just more of a manifestation. No? But if the good sponsor will reply before I will go to my next question, then it will be highly appreciated.
Maraming po salamat, Mr. Speaker, Congressman Caloy. Yes, actually, this is true. No? That is why nandito po kami, trying to get a bigger budget for them. If we can restore that 1 billion back, kasi 500 million na lang ata yung nabigay sa kanila, kung pwede po i-restore natin yung 500 million, gawin ulit ng 1 billion, mas maganda po yan. No? That's why I think we are one in making sure that the Department of Trade, no, will be given a bigger budget. And these are not, as what was said earlier, my personal opinion or based on my observation and my research, these are not political statements. No, these are true to form because I go and visit my areas. I Zoom with the DTI on whether it is on a week-to-week or on a month-to-month basis. We know in the Trade Committee what is needed and what has to be done. And definitely, marami pong mga micro, small, medium enterprises, kailangan po ng tulong, kailangan po ng pera para umikot uli yung kanilang mga maliliit na kumpanya o mga establishments po. No? That is why I agree with you, Kong Kaloy and Mr. Speaker, that we really need to pump prime the MSMEs. We need to give them the necessary support for them to be able to survive this pandemic. Mr. Speaker, Kong Kaloy.
Thank you, good sponsor, Mr. Speaker. At sana po ay maging agresibo rin ang kagawaran ng trade and industry, no? Na itulak yung matagal ng panawagan ng ating mga mamamayan na magkaroon talaga ng free mass testing. No? I think that is very, it's a condition sine qua non, if I may say so. If we really want to aggressively combat this COVID-19 pandemic. Mahirap pong iasa na lang natin, antayin na lang natin ang bakuna, ang vaccine. In fact, that is one issue. Next year, we only allocated 2 billion for that vaccine. So, what will happen to millions of Filipinos na hindi mabakunahan? Pasensya na lang muna kayo. No? So, sana po maging agresibo rin. No? Buksan ang ekonomiya, yes. But we have to also tell government and tell the private sector, protect your employees. Kung meron ng duda na merong transmission dyan, i-mass testing sila. No? And again, ibalik ko yung sa usapin ng transportation, DTI. Should also be, hindi lang ito usapin ng DOTR. If you want the economy to move, provide public transport. And the only way to do that is to allow our public transport to go back to the streets. No? With of course, observing proper protocols. Wag naman yung mga imposibleng protocols na binibigay ng IATF before, no? Na hindi naman talaga kailangan. So having said that, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, I will end my interpellation. I thank the good sponsor for allowing me to make this manifestation and ask a few questions. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, Kong Kaloy, yes, I have spoken briefly to the secretary behind me, and definitely they will discuss and somewhat pressure the transportation agencies to, if we're going to open up the economy, what is the use of opening up the economy without any transportation? It defeats the purpose. There should be a synergy between the departments and the agencies, and they are working on it, Mr. Speaker, Congressman Kaloy.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Speaker, considering that no other member of the minority who wishes to interpolate the budget of the DTI and the attached agencies, I move to terminate the interpellation deliberation on the budget of the DTI and attached agencies, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in the motion to terminate the interpellations of the proposed budget of the Department of Trade and Industry, including its attached agencies and corporations.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider the budget, the proposed budget of the Presidential Communications Operations Office, or PCOO. We have with us, we acknowledge the presence of Secretary Jose Ruperto Martin Andanar, who is joining us in Zoom. But we have here in plenary the following: Undersecretary George Apasible, Undersecretary Marvin Gatpayat, Undersecretary Lorraine Marie Badoy, Assistant Secretary Michael Christian Ablan, Assistant Secretary Umar Alexander Romero, Director Eugene Early Jr., from the Bureau of Communication Services, Director Maria Florinda Princess Duque, from APO, Chairperson Michael Dalumpines, and from IBC, OIC Corazon Reboroso, Mr. Speaker.
We would like to welcome the PCO family headed by Secretary Martin Andnar. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of a letter from the Secretary of the Presidential Communications Operations Office. The letter is addressed to our esteemed Chair of the Committee on Appropriations, the Honorable Eric Yap, and is dated September 29, 2020. The letter reads, "Dear Representative Yap, I am writing to humbly request that I be allowed to join via Zoom instead the plenary hearing of the Presidential Communications Operations Office fiscal year 2021 budget, which is scheduled today. It is unfortunate that I have been running a fever this morning and health protocol dictates that I self-isolate. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience this may have caused." It is signed Jose Ruperto Martin M. Andenar, Secretary, Presidential Communications Operations Office. Mr. Chair.
Noted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Joet Garcia, Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Appropriations, to answer questions on the proposed budget of the PCOO, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Joet Garcia is recognized.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker.
Mr.
I have the
Speaker.
honor.
I move that we suspend so that we could allow all the guests to sit on their proper places in plenary. Thank you.
Session suspended.
Thank you.